wanna go down the road that I've been before. Wanna go see the world where I've never been before. Wanna see all these people that I've never met before. Wanna go and give you everything and everything and more.
20 elite universities have come to a golf mecca, Pinehurst, North Carolina, and neighboring Southern Pines, for 54 holes of stroke play competition at the renowned Mid-Pines Golf Club, all vying for a championship celebrating its 5th year on a course crafted by one of golf's geniuses more than a century ago. Welcome to the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate, hosted by George Mason University. Powered by Babygrande Golf. We grow the game. In the sandhills of North Carolina lies the villages of Pinehurst and Southern Pines, a treasured community within the game of golf for more than a century. National championships and other important male and female, amateur and professional tournaments have been contested in the area, with a young but important tournament on the schedule this week. 20 teams have gathered, as I said, at Mid-Pines, the lasting legacy of a beloved World Golf Hall of Fame member, the late Peggy Kirk Bell, whose family still owns and operates this treasured resort. And welcome inside our broadcast booth. I'm David Marr alongside Tripp Isenhour. Tripp, having grown up in North Carolina, you know the area well, you know college golf well. What did we learn yesterday in the first couple rounds of this event?
We learned it can rain in March and be quite cold. The conditions yesterday were just absolutely miserable. But one of the things as a coach you love to see on days like that is the mettle of your players, because you find out, really. You find out who's got it, who can grind it out, and those are the things you can't really duplicate in practice or anywhere else. You have to absolutely do that in competition, and yesterday was just a beautiful litmus test for these players. Some survived, some didn't. The good news, though, David, is we have a beautiful day. We have a beautiful golf course, so we should see some great golf the rest of today.
And how about the venue, the facility, the area? What does it mean to the game of golf and to this event?
Well, Donald Ross is ubiquitous in this area. I mean, the amount of Donald Ross golf courses and great quality golf courses. I mean, look, his architecture stands the test of time for a reason, because he is one of the Mount Rushmore of golf architects for sure. He would be on there. And Pinehurst just showcases so many of his beauties. And here at Mid-Pines and right there across the street, Pine Needles, of course, I think Pine Needles is one of his best works ever. Mid-Pines has all the characteristics of a Donald Ross golf course. Domed greens, very difficult greens, not necessarily the longest golf course you're going to play, but one that'll test all skills that you have.
Well, let's see the tournament format. Already completed 2 rounds of play, shotgun yesterday. Today we are having a final 18 holes of the 54 total holes. The low 4 scores from the 5 players on each team count. The defending champion, Loyola, Maryland, is in the mix, but it's University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, who's really taking care of business thus far. They are currently 13 under with a 12-shot lead and playing well today. 6 under today with the weather being better. The defending champion, Loyola University, Maryland, they are 7 under, the team that's the lowest on the day, but still 17 shots back. Only the host and the leader, University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, are under par. George Mason is the host, University. Seton Hall's even par. They won this event in the 2nd edition. There have been 4 previous editions of the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. An important tournament, great action here early in the spring semester for these golfers. Regardless of what your score is, you are getting some experience in the sandhills of North Carolina. Always a positive thing as we go out to the 8th.
And 8 is a beautiful par 3 down the hill. And again, what you see on a Donald Ross golf course, we talked about it yesterday. You see 2 mid-length par 3s typically. You see 1 short one, and you see 1 long one. This is one of the middle-length ones, 180 yards down the hill. And the hole is kind of in that front left portion of the green, if you will.
This is Jackson Roman from Loyola, Maryland.
And as these players look at this hole right here, I mean, this is just a flick of a wedge. This tee has been moved up about 30 yards from yesterday, so it's playing downwind, plays about 7 yards downhill as well. This green's still very firm, though. We've seen a lot of balls release.
That's wild, Steve. After all that rain, that they're still got bounce in them. That's a beautiful shot right there.
Jackson,
It's
21-year-old.
the beauty of having a golf course on sand. Sorry.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's true.
21-year-old senior as we check in on Julius Lang, who is a 19-year-old freshman from Bonn, Germany. He's from Germany, as is the player who just played before him. That's right, Jackson Roman from Berlin.
We're seeing an onslaught of internationals in the college ranks right now. In fact, 25% of the male participants in the Division I level are international players.
Always nice to see a shot before you, especially on an elevated par 3 like this one. This one heading left, though.
Yeah, that was a pretty good-looking swing. I'm surprised he pulled that one. But, look, it's getting better. And anytime you can grab your putter on the 8th hole as your next club, you're doing a good thing.
This is Camden Bradage from Chattanooga. Camden playing well this week.
Yeah, the Mocs are playing well. They really...
He's a 20-year-old sophomore. Political science, public service, American politics out of Scottsdale, Arizona.
Yeah, Coach Blaine Woodruff's got to be pleased with where his team is and how they're handling this challenge so far, in particular yesterday, and those just difficult conditions. Oh, my, Steve, that had to look great in the air. That was a beautiful shot.
Cam's had a good week. He was 2 under in the opening round, even par in the weather yesterday late. Today he's a couple under on his round as we go to Dave Fuhrer with George Mason. And George Mason's team again in second place. Dave's 1 over on his round today. That's the worst score from George Mason. So clearly they're playing well at this point, but it's early in the round.
And look, you see, okay, they're 12 shots back right now currently, but that can, David, that is not much at all. That can be flipped real easy. These guys get on a run with birdies, but the key for Tennessee Chattanooga is just ignore that, keep trying to make as many birdies as you can and expand your lead. Beautiful shot there.
Beautiful shot, an opportunity for a birdie there to maybe move a little bit closer to the team up at the top. As the players walk to the 8th green, University of Tennessee, Chattanooga again leads by a dozen. George Mason, the host, just in a decent position to make a run. There's only one other team, even par or better, as we take a look at the golf course designed by Donald Ross back in 1921. It was such a special place being cultivated to try and bring health-conscious folks to this part of the country, the Sandhills again of North Carolina. Great drainage for golf courses.
Thank goodness.
Absolutely. So it was restored in 2013. And when you talk about a restoration trip, this was, let's bring it back to Donald Ross, make it pure Donald Ross.
That's what we're seeing in a lot of these courses in this area in particular, is a lot of guys architects coming in, looking at the original writings and drawings of Donald Ross and going back into making it what Donald Ross truly envisioned. And I think they did a wonderful job here. You know, you get more of that raw, natural look. They did the same thing at Pinehurst, before the U.S. Open last year. And Pinehurst was just a beautiful test for U.S. Open. And I love that they're doing this because, as I said, on the Mount Rushmore of golf architecture, there's no question there is Donald Ross.
And Tripp, a golf course in nature for a century. Things are going to change. Even just the mower going over certain parts of the green, certain parts of the fairways, it's going to change the feel of the golf course, and you do have to do a little restoration to bring it back.
And bunkers as well.
Bunkers,
and that's and typically they say the mowing patterns on greens over years, you lose about anywhere from 15 to 25% of the original green's design. Mm-hmm. And that's what a lot of this restoration is. And then combine that with bunkers getting smaller and different things like that. So it's good to do that periodically, but I hope they keep intact tact that they're trying to get what Donald Ross wanted, not trying to reinvent what Donald Ross did.
And not to make the agronomist's job any harder, but even overseeding and top dressing, you can end up crowning tee boxes and things along those lines. You've got to watch out for all those things. They really did a nice job of doing all that for this golf course. Again, Lang, we talked a little bit about him back on the tee. You see him in the far right-hand part of your screen, just stepped out.
Yeah, this is a fairly simple putt. I don't know if Steve is down there, could give us a read. I have it going to the right.
Business major, he says approaches to the green are his strength as far as the game is concerned. He's got a good feeling with his short irons and wedges.
Okay.
Let's see how he is with the putter.
Yeah, it just didn't turn. But it's nice to see sunshine and short sleeves, isn't it?
It certainly is.
After looking at the Ducks from yesterday, they were out there in their duck suits. It was that was something else. But as I said, the great thing about that is you learn a lot about yourself and how your attitude is, because that's the key in those conditions, is keeping that attitude in check.
Par for the University of Toledo's Julius Lang. Next for birdie will be Jackson Roman. Jackson with the Loyola Maryland team, defending champions. Also, they won the first of these previous 4 Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate events.
Got it going up against his left forearm, and it's a key for that is look how the shaft matches the forearms. That's what you want in putting. You want the angle of the shaft to match your forearm so they move as one unit. You see very few players on the PGA Tour that don't have that sort of setup where the angle of the shaft matches the forearm plane.
The marketing major, just a few months left in his college career from Berlin. This is Fuhrer now for birdie.
Yeah, this is a beautiful look here. Great shot. Hard to get it short of this hole, but he's done it. And the dividend for that is the fact that you got a real easy putt. I expect this to at least hit the hole. Not hard to read at all, not much break.
19-year-old freshman business major out of Pittsburgh for the host team. Did he get it on the line?
I just misread it. Had an effect off that front bunker. It's one thing to pay attention to in grade reading, that typically they don't want water going in bunkers, so they grade away from the bunkers to keep water from going in them. So that had that effect on that putt.
Well, I'm just going to give a little shout out as we finished up just a couple days ago, the Arnold Palmer Invitational. That young man we just saw missed the birdie putt, David Fuhrer from Pittsburgh. So his dream foursome includes Arnold Palmer. Only a couple of players in this field had Arnold in that question that was asked to all of them in an informational survey prior. As we take a look now at Bradich from Chattanooga.
Yeah, I look for him to expand their lead right here if he's a counting score, which I imagine he is. Straight down the hill, and that's beautiful too. The mocks extend.
He goes to 3 under on his round. Bradich was even yesterday in the weather, a couple under the day before, so love seeing him play as he's playing, especially with that shock of hair that he has.
He's got the flow going. I like
the
it.
flow. It's a good flow, and it's a 13-shot lead, as you mentioned. University of Tennessee expanding their lead, and you said they got to keep trying to make birdies.
Yeah, you can't ever rest on a lead in college, because it can flip like that. And you know, the one thing that's good for it just happened to be in the pairings that George Mason is playing with the mocks, because you know, if they're on different parts of the golf course, that can really have fluctuation. So that won't happen, because these two teams will be playing the same holes at the same time. So there shouldn't be those huge fluctuations that you can have when they're in different parts of the golf course.
And what they do is they split up the teams. They have one player from each team in the foursome. So George Mason is playing alongside Chattanooga and defending champion Loyola Maryland, and the University of Toledo in their 5 foursomes.
Jamie Butler right there, that swing. And that's just a layup.
Jamie, the group ahead, playing the 9th hole currently. Excuse me, number 10.
And a good drive. You can be up here at the top of the hill, have a beautiful look at this green. And, of course, Chuba's going to wait, for the Mocs. So he's in great position here. Should be able to take advantage of this tee shot and put down a 3 or a 4 or possibly a 3.
Birdie 2 of his first 3 holes to start this final round, so he's part of that extension of the lead for University of Tennessee Chattanooga, which is extended to 16 shots. This, the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate, hosted by George Mason University, is powered by Babygrande Golf. We grow the game. Dalton Chuba, if you talk about his game, it's been pretty good. Yesterday afternoon sort of struggled a bit as we go back to Dave Fuhrer on the tee at number 9.
And the 9th hole, just 335 yards. Position hole, and that's position A.
So he says the strength of his game is probably his driver. He says he's not super long, but pretty accurate when hitting it well. Back to Chuba at number 10.
Yeah, really good opportunity right here. 235 to the front, 257 to the hole. Little off an upslope here. Can definitely reach. Don't want to miss this one on the left side of this pin, if anything.
22-year-old senior, engineering management major. Ball striking is his forte, he says. Let's see how he struck this one.
Oh, yeah, very nice. That was a beautiful high draw, and that's going to leave a nice look there for a 3.
Scouted himself pretty well on this one. Okay. This is George Mason University's Uzair Mirza.
Now, he's on the cart path here, and look at what's to the left. That's what he'd have to drop in. So this is much better option for him. Who cares if you scrape up the club a little bit?
Just for the folks at home who want to take this thing to the right, why can't they do that?
You cannot. You have to go to the nearest point of relief, which is basically 6 inches to his left is the nearest where you're not on the cart path, and then you get a club length from there. So that goes further up into the hay. So the rules of golf do not allow for you to go to the right. But doesn't mean that our friends at home won't occasionally do that.
But call him if you're in a match.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, you got an 18-year-old freshman here using the rules to his advantage.
He topped that one right there. Just couldn't get the club on it. Just as good as a layup, though.
Yeah, that's fine. It was worth the shot, wasn't it, Steve, to try to pull that off?
Oh, for sure. With no trouble in front, absolutely.
Who's there again? A youngster, 18 years old. He's a biology pre-med major from Roanoke, Virginia. Cristiano Ronaldo is his hero growing up. Golf or non-golf. And driving the golf ball, he says, is his forte. That Uzair Mirza from George Mason University, the host university, as we go down to Steve.
Hey guys, just a really a 180 on this weather today. Just an unbelievable change of opportunity for these players to make a score here. We've got beautiful sunshine, like you've said. Just a great opportunity. We can feel the hands today, which is, I think, most important when you miss around these greens, to have some touch. But as you've seen, we've seen some pretty good shots up in there. We've got an eagle putt right here with this group that we're following right here under the 10th hole. Just an awesome opportunity for these guys to have a little rebirth and rejuvenation in their game from yesterday's cold weather. Looking forward to a lot of great play today.
Absolutely so, and Steve looks a little reborn himself right there with some sunshine on his face instead of an umbrella over the top. Great going. Stay warm, or I guess stay cool today. I'm not 100% sure, so You're in good
He's
position.
staying dry.
Staying
That's
dry.
the key thing.
That is what
staying
matters.
dry.
Definitely.
Okay, this is over at 9. This is Fuhrer. Second shot. Ooh, good looking swing there. This should be a good shot. And it is.
Getting better, too.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Above the hole, going to be a little bit fast, but not a lot of break. That's what you're supposed to do when you have a scoring club in your hand. Score.
George Mason has not been making the scores. They're actually now in third place. They're one over. Seton Hall has moved into second. 16 back at the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga. Boy, Chattanooga's just playing so well. Here we have from Chattanooga, Camden Bradich.
Well, he gets the help of the slope, and he's got a shot for back-to-back birdies. He is
For the 20-year-old sophomore to go up to the 10th. Murs talking about his third shot.
Yeah, pretty basic lob wedge right here. Just want to take some spin off this one. We've got to slope from back to front pretty severely here, so you want to flight this one down there just a little bit.
Steve, how do you take the spin off?
Well, you just want to make sure you use a lot more arms and less hands if you're inclined to do that. More arms and body really kind of take some RPMs off, and you're only trying to knock off, 1,000 or a couple thousand RPMs on it, just so it lands and it just stops. You don't want this ball coming back too far, and that's exactly what he's done. Flighted this down below the tree line.
That's fine right there. He wanted it. Didn't seem he liked it, but that's well done. That's about the right distance. So I'll leave a birdie putt.
Complaining about the hook wedge, but he said the most important lesson he's learned from his coach, to be patient and just trust the process. Clearly, University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, trusting the process. A 16-shot lead here, about a third of the way through the final round of the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate.
Change is never easy, but striving to become more than what you were yesterday, to make that impact, that is George Mason, and that will never change. A university that slays giants, a university made stronger by saying yes, a university old enough to know better but young enough not to care. So expect change, remembering that we're at our strongest when we're all together different.
The time is now. Your chance to take a leap, to do what you've been waiting for, like taking a closer look and making a bigger difference. Because when you become a rocket, you're able to do smart things, to do art things, to do let's roll up our sleeves things. Whatever your thing is, you have the power to do what it takes. The University of Toledo. The power to do.
Raise high, revolutionaries. This is our calling. For more than 200 years, in the heart of the nation's capital, the George Washington University has produced leaders on the global stage. At GW, we are advancing knowledge, serving society, and making an impact. We shape the future. We make history. So rev up, expand your world, ignite your passion, strive for success. Together, we raise high.
You will be nervous. You'll make mistakes. But in spite of that, you will keep going. Here, among these stones and walkways, you will test, build, and break, fall into the unexpected, and pick up something new. Here, filled with energy and passion, you will find your voice, clear the air, and discover the strength to make an impact. Here, at St. Joseph's University, you will.
At the 10th, you heard Steve Scott talk about a Chuba for Eagle coming up the hill. He's got a nice run at it.
There you go. Oh, wow, man. That was about as good as you can do right there. That should be no problem for a 4, and the Mocs get further in front if if that were to go down.
That would be his third birdie in his first 7 holes. Nice start to this final round.
And it's always good when you see, like, you know you're the pre-tournament favorite and you come in and deliver. You know, that's got to do a lot of good things for your program, because that extra pressure sometimes can get to teams.
What's the pressure on Mirza here from George Mason? He's the host, part of the host school's team. Is there pressure on the host school?
No. I mean, of course, you want to play well in your own tournament, but again, they're probably not going to win this. You never say never, but looking the way the mocks look like they're playing, but every team you beat counts, okay? Because there's a 500 rule, and your record against the rest of the field is what determines whether you get into the postseason or not.
And so George Mason in third position right now is in good shape. They're about to slip one more shot behind the leading University of Tennessee Chattanooga team and be close to the defending champions, Loyola University of Maryland, because Mirza was one of the counting scores, or still is. Go to the 9th from Toledo for birdie is Julius Lang.
Boy, that had way too much speed there to take that break. He had the line right. If he'd have just matched the speed, that might have fallen in.
Birdie 2 of his first 4 in this afternoon. So some good scoring as far as the afternoon round is concerned. Excuse me, the final round. Yesterday they had morning and afternoon rounds. We saw Mr. Bradich's second shot. This is Camden Bradich for birdie from the University of Tennessee Chattanooga at the 9th.
Very common to see players, they rest their left hand on their left thigh and they aim the putter with the right hand. There's a lot of good putters that do exactly that same routine, and you know, just didn't get it out there far enough. It really, that green slopes quite a bit from left to right.
Would have been his 4th birdie in 6 holes,
Yeah.
including a par to par
He's doing
5.
fine.
He's doing
He's doing
fine
fine.
right now. Now his teammate Chuba had that eagle putt. We saw this for a birdie again, his 3rd birdie in his first 7 holes.
It looks like he's got it on that top edge of the hole and should break a little right. There you go. Right.
Joins Bradich 3 under in this round.
Yep. Keep making birdies and keep doing fist pumps. There you go. That's what you want to do, Dalton.
Well, and if you're the Chattanooga team member, Ethan Whitaker, here you are, you're even par on, on the final round, doing okay, right? No, your score doesn't even count. Everybody else is under.
Yeah, well, that's what you want. You want somebody that is, even par and not counting. That's as a coach, you are a happy man if that happens.
And if you're trying to make up some ground on that team, 15 shots ahead, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, not going to happen.
Hard to do. You're going to need some players to come back towards the field, but if you take a look at second place, those who are in the pack trying to get close to the top, if they get some help from University of Tennessee Chattanooga, could make this into a pretty interesting tournament. This young man from George Mason, Dave Fuhrer.
Fast putt down the hill. You see those practice strokes very soft. This will be breaking to his left, so always important when you're hitting it soft to add a little bit extra break, get it out there a little further.
Bit or no?
What's that?
Is he trying to toe that a little bit or
no? I mean, that is an effective strategy. I use that, but you can see that ball just falls off. That's why you got to get that ball out there higher than you think.
The lead group is going to the 11th hole. Let's check and see the 11th from the sky. This par 3, 180 yards.
Yeah, just 180 and down the hill. Again, we talk about these holes that the mid-range par 3s, okay? This is a small green. It's got the bunkers, and this hole way over on the left. Now, we saw yesterday one of the problems with this is this ball will roll quite a bit off this green, and now that it's firmed up, and that was yesterday when it was wet. So now that it's firmed up, it's almost preferable to go over and long and left of that green. You'll be coming back up the hill. Now Bradich cleaning up his par. This has got to get his full attention because this guy be outside the hole, and his good play continues.
Really good play from these young men. Again, looking back at the tee. This is Garrett Kessler from Loyola, Maryland.
a little puff of wind back in the player's face here. This hole location really sits right in a saddle on this green. It's right basically in the middle as they look at it. And the tee has been pushed up on this one as well, some 30, 35 yards. So these players are only going to have just a little wedge down this hill right here. I anticipate a few good ones, just like we did back on 8. Oh, this one was hit heavy, though.
Oh, wow.
Big
Very
trouble
lucky to get over. That could have been in a really bad spot.
Couple birdies on his round, no bogeys so far, but going to be very difficult to stay bogey-free with that second shot coming up here at the par 3.
So I guess they did move this hole location, Steve, from where it was yesterday. Or is it in the same spot? All right, following up that beautiful 4, let's see what Dalton can do here. Good swing. I can see why he would say ball striking is his strength. And there you see, that was almost buying drinks. He's too young to buy drinks, but I would have sponsored.
I was going to say too young to drink drinks, but you're right. He's too young to do both.
Yeah, well, there you go. But look at that right there. I'm going to give him that one. That's almost flew it in the hole for the ace.
And then almost brought it back in for the ace.
Yep.
Now this is Mirza from George Mason.
Yeah, always nice to see one like that right before you're pulled the trigger. Just a little wind out of the left as well. So he's going to have to turn this back into the wind a little bit to hold the line.
Three straight full swings that he's not satisfied with. The top, then the wedge that he pulled. He said he hooked it, and then that tee shot. Still a better opportunity at making his par than others on this golf hole. Now out of the University of Toledo, Jamie Butler.
You got to love these little drop shot par 3s out here. The green just kind of sits right in front of you, and it's just begging for you to hit one in there tight.
Jamie 1 under on his round. Ooh, it's going to be tough to stay there with that position off the tee. And University of Toledo currently tied for 9th. So that 50% or 500, you've got to try and beat half the teams in the field. It's important. Tripp's been talking about that. University of Toledo right on that situation. As we go to the 10th.
Important to get this for Bradich to get this into the fairway up there. You saw what happened with his teammate Dalton Chuba with a beautiful tee shot top of the hill and made easy work of this par 5. Just don't really want to miss it left or right, but there you go. That is perfect.
He says the strongest part of his game is his short game and accuracy off the tee, known for great around the greens, and he says extremely accurate with his driver. Sounds a lot like Steve Scott, who's with a special guest.
Yes, down here with Coach Ria Scott from the University of Virginia. The Cavaliers, what do you think about this day as compared to yesterday with all this change of weather?
Oh my gosh, it's incredible. It's a totally different golf course today. You know, the teams, they're now familiar with these hole locations because it's the 3rd round in a row that they're playing these. So that's really rare, but that familiarity is going to give them a lot more comfort and confidence on this golf course today. So the greens are actually still pretty soft. I've seen some pretty receptive shots and looking forward to some great scoring.
Now, from a coaching perspective, with the delays that we had yesterday, talk about how you would go about talking to your team as a coach, like these coaches are talking to their players today.
We talk about adjusting to the conditions a lot, right? Adjusting and rolling with what the golf course and the tournament and the conditions have brought to you. So, I mean, I think the team that adapts the best is going to win today.
Adaptation. It's a great word. We're all adapting to all these beautiful conditions out here. How are those conditions back in the studio, guys?
Not much adaptation needed here in the studio. Kind of this weather state. Maybe more humid today than yesterday.
I don't know. The lights are a little bright.
They're a little brighter.
I mean, it gets in my eyes a little bit.
But great info from both of you there as we go back out to Kessler, his second shot. Again, he's at the 11th hole and in some trouble, boy. Tough to get this one close. Again, he hasn't made a bogey yet today, the 21-year-old senior marketing major from New Jersey. He said putting is what he practices the most and the best part of his game, and I'll have an opportunity at a makeable putt. Nice recovery there, and maybe that bogey-free streak continues for Mr. Garrett Kessler. He said he chose the school and the team because it was a smaller school, and his coach was extremely welcoming. That's why Garrett Kessler finds himself on the Loyola Maryland team. The defending champions are currently in 3rd place on the leaderboard. Actually 4th place, just 3 shots behind the host, George Mason, Seton Hall, who won the 2nd edition of the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. They're 15 behind the current leaders and the pre-tournament favorites, the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga. Team as Butler gets ready to, I guess he's able to putt up the hill here, the 22-year-old senior.
And, you know, these dormant, now that they're dry, you're probably going to see, I would say, half chips, half putts, just depending on the lie.
From County Kildare in Ireland, you know, he's putted from off the green quite often. Linksland style of play that I'm sure
he probably felt at home yesterday.
Exactly. Back to Mirza from George Mason again. The full swings have just not been there for him in the last few holes. He has this lengthy birdie putt, and he says driving is his strength, and he decided to choose his team, George Mason University, because the coach was very honest and awesome. He says he's super blessed to be here. Again, 18-year-old freshman.
Yeah, a little downhill right to left here for Mirza.
Well, there you go. Happy to be here.
A lot of ways to make birdie.
Pretty lucky that the hole caught that one. I think that one might have wandered about 4 or 5 feet by, but it's in the bottom nonetheless.
Make your quick walk to the next tee.
Yeah, you can see this putt is carrying some speed when it dives in. Boom. But that's why they get in the way. That's what you want.
We saw a near ace, and we saw let's just call it an uninspired tee shot, and both made 2. That is Mirza. Ooh, Dave Fuhr's in trouble from George Mason, number 10.
Yeah, that is trouble. That is nothing good over there. That's just pitched out. Get it back in play down there as far as you can. But make sure you get it back out into play, and he has done that.
One kind of terrain situation you find often in the Pinehurst area is the pine needles.
Yes, you do.
What do you do with that?
Really, it's not that hard. You just got to make sure you get ball first. If you do, you know, marginally hit behind it, it's so soft it just scatters and you don't have good contact. But it's easier to hit out of than a bunker, say. But you got to watch your footing more than anything, because you can slip on those pine needles real quick. But you can, you know, get a good established stance where you get the pine needles out of the way.
You know who's not slipping?
The Mocs.
University of Tennessee, Chattanooga Mocs. They are 16 shots clear of Seton Hall University. George Mason, the host, holding their own at even par. Defending champion Loyola University, Maryland, a few shots back as we check out all these universities, getting some great action, great experience at the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. This is Bradich from George Mason. Excuse me, Chattanooga. How do the coaches get involved? What's a good level of involvement?
Well, it all depends. And you talk to any coach, they'll say it depends on the player. Some players want a lot of involvement from the coach, some don't. You know, the coaches can't be with all the players at once. Like, sometimes a coach will walk with one particular player the whole round. Sometimes a coach will stand in one spot and coach everyone as they come through. The way it was done when I played was our coach, Puggy Blackman at Georgia Tech, would typically be on the par threes and tell us what everybody was hitting,
Okay.
so that we had the right club in
Very
our
useful.
hand. So that was a very useful. He hardly ever walked with anybody during the course, but it has changed so much because some kids need more versus some kids don't want any. So it's really the coach and the player work on that. That's going to be a little bit left and probably end up in the bunker over there to the left.
Sometimes you get the kids that don't want any but need more.
Correct. Absolutely. And that's where
combo.
you as a coach have to step in and say, you're going to do what I say. I've had good friends that are coaches, and there was a coach one time who basically told the kid where to hit it, what to hit on every shot, and the kid shot one of his best rounds ever. And then, of course, the kid acted like he didn't want that again. And it's like, well, I'm just showing you that your course management's not your strength, and we need to make it your strength because you have the ability to shoot low scores.
At every level, you have a U.S. Open champion, Jerry Pate, playing in the 81 Ryder Cup with his teammate, Lee Trevino. Trevino told him every club, every shot.
Yeah.
They went out 1 6 and 5, and it was all because Trevino was the head on Jerry Pate's body.
And that was a second shot there. Looks to be just over the surface. That's fine right there. That's an eagle putt, believe it or not. I mean, there's just not much bumpy fringe to putt through.
Chuba from Chattanooga on the tee at number 12.
Back-to-back birdies. He's got the hot hand. He's got the, looks like 3-wood in hand on this short hole, just 395.
And the team is on
I
cruise
like
control, 18-shot lead. Excuse me, go ahead, Steve.
No, I like that play a lot, too. There's a bunker that kind of sticks out about 290 off the tee, so driver could get into that. Just a little gentle right to left wind and a right to left hole. Should be a very comfortable fit for these players.
Yeah, good looking swing. He has one of the better swings we've seen so far, and well, the result speaks for itself.
Tell me about this hole.
Yeah, the 12th hole, like I said, just 395. So number one, they have a number of par fours like this that you've got to position it, but you also need to work the ball. So the bunker that Steve's talking about is at the right at the middle part of your screen. There's 290. That bunker, the short there, that's only less than 200 yards to carry. That's not in play. But you want to get something working down right to left and get it positioned down that right-hand side of the fairway, and that's what you're looking for. The hole is on the left-hand side of this green, so really important to get it in play, which, of course, Dalton has done just that. So look for him to possibly have 3 birdies in a row with that tee shot.
Tripp, you know Dalton's playing the team game here, but again, he's 4 under on his round today. He's 5 under for the tournament, the individual part of the tournament, as we take a look at the team scores right now. And Dalton Chuba currently 2 shots back. Is he thinking about the individual?
Absolutely. Of course he is. He is 100% thinking about that. And that's, you go try to win the tournament. If you win the tournament, you've done everything you can to help your team. And, it's pride for you. You want to, win as many times as you can. And I like the way he's swinging. I like the way he looks. He looks comfortable in this situation. So we could have a dogfight here for the individual championship.
Well, and when you win, sometimes you get glazed. And what glazed means, you just get overly complimented. We have a no glaze zone, though. I got to tell you about it. As part of the Babygrande golf coverage at the Donald Ross Collegiate, we have a special stream we call the No Glaze Zone, featuring commentary from Domingo Chichi Grande Neris and special guests. Check out the No Glaze Zone on babygrandegolf.com. No glaze at all. The real coming your way from Chichi Grande. We'll be back with more here from Southern Pines after this.
Change is never easy, but striving to become more than what you were yesterday, to make that impact, that is George Mason. And that will never change. A university that slays giants. A university made stronger. And yes, a university old enough to know better, but young enough not to care. So expect change, remembering that we're at our strongest when we're all together different.
The time is now. Your chance to do what you've been waiting for, like taking a closer look and making a bigger difference. Because when you become a rocket, you're able to do smart things, to do art things, to do let's roll up our sleeves things. Whatever your thing is, you have the power to do what it takes. The University of Toledo. The power to do.
Raise high, revolutionaries. This is our calling. For more than 200 years, in the heart of the nation's capital, the Washington University has produced leaders on the global stage. At GW, we are advancing knowledge, serving society, and making an impact. We shape the future. We make history. So rev up, expand your world, ignite your passion, strive for success. Together, we raise high.
You will be nervous. You'll make mistakes. But in spite of that, you will keep going. Here, among these stones and walkways, you will test and break, fall into the unexpected, and pick up something new. Here, filled with energy and passion, you will find your voice, clear the air, and discover the strength to make an impact. Here, at St. Joseph's University,
We are at the 12th for the second shot of Garrett Kessler. Steve Scott's down there.
Yeah, he's going to hit a punch cut off the firm dirt over here, trying to keep it under and around the trees. Run it up there.
Yeah, that's going to leave an awkward distance, but he's back in play at least. Now Chuba, position A here, Steve.
Yeah, really good. Ball a little above the feet, though, at the fairway, so it's easy to miss this one more left.
The snap means get down. That's
That's
golf.
exactly where it is. It might have caught the bunker on that left side.
Yeah, we can't really tell. It did roll off to the left. A little pull from that ball being above his feet. I like his swing, though. He really swings in balance and in rhythm.
To the 10th, Dave Fures has had some tough situations on this hole. At number 10, he is hitting his fourth shot.
Yeah, when you take a head cover off of something and it's your fourth shot, that's never good on a par 5, okay?
Ever.
I don't know what transpired before, but I can assure you none of it was good. But that shot was good, and how about if he were to save par?
How about this game? Again, George Mason needs to save some pars. They're currently sliding a bit down the leaderboard as we go to number 12. Jamie Butler from Toledo. They are now in outright 9th place. Toledo is, and George Mason, one-shot margin over Seton Hall in 2nd place.
Yeah, Sammy's got a wedge right here. Ball a little above the feet. I think this is the genius of this design, though. You'd actually love to hit a little fade in here if you could, but hard to do it with a wedge. That's nicely positioned, though, underneath the hole.
Now Bradich from Chattanooga. This is his 3rd shot.
You know, we saw him pull that second. This is not that difficult of a pitch. Make sure you use that bounce, and he dug that leading edge a little too much, and that took everything off of it. Yeah, got to get a little better technique there with the wedges.
So the full swing travails of Mirza sort of continue. Here he is with an awkward kind of stance. This is 2nd shot at 12.
Big drive, though.
Yeah, the angle is really good. Just a little above his feet with the ball there, or the ball was below his feet. His feet were above it. That's okay. Underneath the hole.
Yeah, that's fine. See if he can go back to back.
Who's there? Mirza. This is the 10th. Jackson Roman, 3rd shot. He says he can go deep on some runs. He's 2 under par for the tournament. He loves making birdies.
Well, this is for eagle.
I guess he wouldn't love making a birdie here.
See, it hopped a little bit more than I thought it would, but it still looks really good. Oh, my. Just carrying way too much pace.
And when it hops, he usually kills it and knocks it down a little bit.
He just hammered that one.
He likes his team's CMO. They got a chief morale officer, Mike Mansfield, that keeps the team glued together and in good spirits. Loves the fact that he's been part of 2 conference-winning squads. As we take a look at the 18-shot lead of the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga. They're wearing the gold tops, the blue, dark blue slacks.
So that would be the Patriot League that they participate in, Loyola of Maryland.
The beasts of that league would be the Bucknell Bison.
Yes, they would.
They're not here now, but they are my alma mater, and I'm not sure they've won anything since I left or when I was there. They were in the Orange Bowl in 1935.
Well, there you go. Was that the year the Masters started?
It was the year after, actually. That was the Saracen year. University of Toledo's Jamie Butler.
This is Mirza here. Isn't this George Mason? Or no, this is Fuhrer. Excuse me.
This is for, I misidentified Lang.
Yeah, this is for his par.
For his parking.
Kenny,
up
big
and down.
5. Up and down from 220. No, well, you never want to write down 6s on par 5s. That's for sure.
That's good. So Fuhrer makes his 6. As we go back to 12. Chuba's 3rd.
Very important to keep the momentum going, and that should do it. That's about 3.5 feet left for his par. Now, Bradich for his birdie. And, well, after that tee shot, that's disappointing. Gotta polish up that short game a little bit. That was not that hard a shot. Should have been able to capitalize on that. But you can see,
scores.
well, now they do have a score over par counting, but when you got one guy leading and 2 other guys in tied for 3rd or 4th, that's really good stuff.
But Ethan Whitaker, they can get rid of that score, and only the 4 under par scores count. Between them, 12 under on the day for those 4 players, as Mirza has a birdie putt.
Look at the break on that putt. There's Donald Ross greens for you right there. That thing was going dead sideways at the end.
Made a long one at the last hole. Thought he had this one.
Yeah, that one would have had to have been carrying the kind of speed that he hit the last one with. But that was well done right there. That's what you want. No sweat, little tap in.
Again, an 18-shot lead for the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga. And again, if you take a look at their scores just from today, those that count, 12 under par for UTC. George Mason University, the host for this tournament, currently 1 under par on its day. 1 under for the tournament. The Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate in Southern Pines, North Carolina, at the gem that is Mid-Pines Golf Club.
Great drive fuels the leaders of tomorrow and today. Great vision paves the way for a brighter future. Great ambition goes places, moving onward and upward. Great empathy finds strength in kindness and in each other, working together to create something bigger than they ever imagined. Great minds can change the world, and great minds start at Seton Hall.
Here at William & Mary, I don't have to make any sacrifices in my education. We are a liberal arts institution and a research university. We have a small, tight-knit campus, but also there's always a new friend to meet. Campus is beautiful, and I call it home, but there are also amazing study abroad opportunities. William & Mary encompasses everything and anything you could be interested in. There is so much room for exploration.
being ready,
like really ready,
it takes work.
It takes work. Discoveries take time.
Rough drafts are rough.
And drills, they drill you.
But no matter the field,
Greyhounds never stop, always going the distance, together.
we're not just ready. We're Loyola ready.
All those nights studying. Busy days applying what you learned. Some might say you're really determined to get an A in that class. But if they knew what you were working on, they'd get it. It's not just about your GPA. It's about finding your purpose and making a difference. At the University of Dayton, we don't just fly, we soar.
Change is never easy, but striving to become more than what you were yesterday, to make that impact, that is George Mason. And that will never change. A university that slays giants. A university made stronger by saying yes. A university old enough to know better, but young enough not to care. So expect change, remembering that we're at our strongest when we're all together different.
The time is now. Your chance to take a leap. To do what you've been waiting for, like taking a closer look, a bigger difference. Because when you become a rocket, you're able to do smart things, to do art things, to do let's roll up our sleeves things. Whatever your thing is, you have the power to do what it takes. The University of Toledo. The power to do.
Raise high, revolutionaries. This is our calling. For more than 200 years, in the heart of the nation's capital, the George Washington University has produced leaders on the global stage. At W, we are advancing knowledge, serving society, and making an impact. We shape the future. We make history. So rev up, expand your world, ignite your passion, strive for success. Together, we raise high.
You will be nervous. You'll make mistakes. But in spite of that, you will keep going. Here, among these stones and walkways, you will test, build, and break, fall into the unexpected, and pick up something new. Here, filled with energy and passion, you will find your voice, clear the air, and discover the strength to make an impact. Here, at St. Joseph's University, you will.
The 5th Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. The sights and sounds from Southern Pines. Great putts, great shots. It's been a special tournament thus far. Welcome back into our studio. I'm David Marr alongside Tripp Isenhour. Down on the golf course is Steve Scott. But Tripp, you talked about something yesterday when we opened our coverage. You talked about what this time of the year means to collegiate golf. Can you recount?
Well, you know, college basketball is March Madness. It's kind of March Madness for these teams as well at the college golf level because really, you as a coach, you want to have your core players. You want to have, your 3 or 4, and then you've got to really firm up whether if you're on the fence about 4, 5, 6, and 7, and who's going to be that pivotal 5th person. And this is the month to do that, to firm that up. And because next month we have our conference championships, and then of course May we go into regionals for the NCAA to get into the finals, which of course will be at La Costa once again for the NCAA championship at the Division I level. So. Really, as a coach, you if you've got any questions, you've got any holes, this is how to fill them out. And in competition, what we saw yesterday is the ability for these coaches to learn so much about the mettle of their players. So as bad as yesterday was for conditions and maybe some of the scoring, it was also a good litmus test for these coaches to see, what their players are made of when the rubber meets the road. What is their attitude? Because attitude is the key when you have that kind of situations. Today is much more, green light golf. We're going to go out and have fun and do that. But again, I think a lot of questions might have been answered from some of these coaches at a pivotal point in the season for these college programs.
It's the Mike Tyson. Everyone has a plan to get punched in the face, and some of those kids got punched in the face yesterday.
Yes, they did. Yes.
Responded very well. Let's talk about the tournament itself. This Babygrande Donald Ross Invitation Collegiate. The oldest championship in the American game is an amateur championship, the U.S. Amateur, one day older than the U.S. Open. So it's very important events with lengthy traditions. This is only a 4-year-old tournament. Loyola, Maryland won the first back in 2021. The very next year it was Seton Hall, South Florida, and then Maryland again. Here in the 5th edition, it's coming into its own to a degree. How important is a tournament like this for not just the University of Tennessee Chattanooga's, who lead right now by 19 shots, but those that maybe don't have a chance to win but get a chance to compete?
Well, here's the thing. What you do in college golf is you're measured against how many teams you beat in all these tournaments and where they stand. So it's really important for you to get quality wins, and even if you don't have a chance to win, because it looks like the Mocs, the way they're playing right now, it's going to be very tough for any team to come or chase them down. But again, you get ranked based on how many teams you beat. So this is where you got to tell your players. I know right now we're in 8th place out of these 20. Let's jump up to 4th. Let's jump up to 3rd. Let's get up into these. Keep grinding, keep pushing the gas down, because that is so important to determine. Postseason play is really, really important.
And so 8th place, you got 7 teams ahead of you, but you have 12 behind you, so you're in a great spot as far as that's concerned. When you take a look at some of the quality of some of these players as well, and they do it with different kinds of swings and grips, as we've seen, pretty spectacular.
Yeah, Garrett Engel, who's leading right now, we haven't yet to see him, but wait till you see his homemade action. I absolutely love it. He's in a 3-way tie for first right now at 7 under. So there's a lot going on here. You've got possibly any one of these 3 moccasins could go on and win this championship, but it is going to be fun to watch these players. They're making some birdies today. They're hitting some good shots. So that's what we want to see on this Donald Ross gem.
It has been fun to see. This is the 13th hole right now. Barnes Blake from Georgetown get an opportunity to see one of the Hoyas. We've got Ryan Walsh from Loyola Chicago, Nathaniel Gray Lamont, Eastern Ohio, and Vic Caliguri from Dayton, the Dayton Flyers.
Watch how fast this is at the end. And watch this. Look at this. You can see that ball was barely moving, and that's 4.5, 5 feet by.
Great seeing some of these elite universities. Georgetown, again, so many different sports. They've been absolute beasts. Washington, D.C. is their home. Georgetown's got some great famous alumni. Patrick Ewing, Allen Iverson, lots of great basketball players. Maria Shriver also went to Georgetown, many politicians as well. We talked about the famous alumni game yesterday. If you're playing that game out in these 20 teams at the Babygrande Donald Ross Invitational, don't play that game unless you're a part of the William & Mary, the College of William & Mary, because they're 2 most famous alumni. How about the guy who founded the country, Thomas Jefferson, and the guy who was his first president, George Washington?
You're not going to beat their alumni.
Not going to beat those guys.
Yeah. And there you can see the speed of that putt there at the end, running out. And this is one of the things about Donald Ross greens that I love, or Donald Ross golf courses, is almost always the greens are the defense. And that's part of the reason why these courses stand up. Year in and year out, they're still able, even in the power onslaught of the game, they're still able to withstand and hold the players. I mean, 7 under's leading this championship on the individual level. So that'll tell you right there that even though it's 800 yards or 6,700 yards, this is still standing up to what these young, talented players have in their arsenal nowadays.
And how good is 7 under when you're playing a Donald Ross, a real masterpiece, and you've got the weather from yesterday that they haven't experienced really that much this year?
Yeah, I'm at the highest levels of the game, and hopefully they're trying to address it. And the only thing I don't like about the aim point is the optics of straddling the line that close to the hole.
Yeah,
I don't think that does any good, but again, that's part of the process, and you can't fault them for going through that. Straight up the hill should not be a problem. Ooh, pushed it a little, but
just a little.
It's
right
all right.
there.
It's in the bottom. One more to go here. I thought there was one more to go. Isn't there a mark down? No.
Thought it was too.
Okay.
Off to 14T. Oh, there is one. He was off the, maybe at least one. Off the green.
Is he playing 2 balls? Sometimes what happens is if they're not sure of a ruling and they can't get an official out, you'll play 2 balls out and you'll say which one was the relief. You know, if he got relief in a situation, he has the score for that ball. If he did not get relief, he has the score for that ball. If the score is the same, it doesn't matter.
Pretty key part as far as that's concerned, though, too. You've got to declare before you hit that second ball.
Correct. Well, absolutely. I mean, I'll give you an example. Let's say there was something that could be determined an immovable obstruction that you may get, like a sprinkler box, for example. Sometimes that is something you can get relief from. I've seen it at times where it's not. So the player will play 1 ball where he gets relief from that, and then 1 ball as it lies, and then he'll finish the hole with both balls, and they'll say, no, you do not get relief, so your score was 5 with the one that you did not get relief from. And if you did get the relief, then I made a 4 with that one, so that would determine that. And that's how you do it and proceed under these circumstances.
Arnold Palmer's first Masters victory in 1958 had a similar kind of a situation. 12th hole, embedded ball. He was not given relief. He did not agree with it, played 2 balls, and ended up making par with one, double with the other. A couple holes later, the committee said, you were right, you were entitled to relief. So we went on to win the Masters tournament for the first time.
Now there's the one where he goes over the green, probably better off there than short, I can tell you that. And so Chuba in control of his golf ball. He was probably trying to make sure. I don't think he might want it that far over, but that one is fine.
He's just 3 back in the individual competition, which Garrett Engel has gotten to 8 under, but Engel just made a bogey, so Engel has dropped back to 7. 3 players tied at 7. Samir Davidoff from George Mason, Garrett Engel from Chattanooga, and Xander Gibson from Bowling Green.
Now, Kessler has an advantage being a lefty to this hole because he can hit a fade to it. And you can see that's what he was trying to do, but got over it, so it's going to be to the right of the green. That's the proverbial double cross. Those are never, ever good. They don't end up in good spots at all.
At all.
And that one is way over there to the right.
Kessler just loves the culture at Loyola, Maryland. He says the teammates are his best friends. They are always together. And before he got to school, he wasn't usually very aware of where the best misses were on the golf course. He's been helped by his teammates and his coaches to manage his risk avoidance well. He's in a tough spot right there.
Well, the best miss there is he's a mile from the best miss there. He might want to recalibrate that. He's liking this one. And why not? Now watch this. This is going to get close. That should keep feeding down. Oh, it stops.
Who would have thought?
But that is a beautiful shot. That had to have been tracking all over the flag.
Yeah, this green complex here, guys, is diabolical. It's given up the least amount of birdies of any green and any hole on the golf course.
Well, the thing is, Steve, if you're on that right portion of the green, it's easy to putt it almost off the green, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. This is a tough hole location right here, and yeah, this is one you just want to make a 3 and move on.
Jamie is on the University of Toledo team, which has a very international feel to it, and many of the players have said the reason they chose Toledo is because of the home course, which is Inverness, one of the great venues here in the U.S. And Jamie says he tries to be outdoors as much as he possibly can, but access to Inverness Club every day, that's really what sold him on Toledo.
And that's over there in that right part. And you can tell that you'll see that putt is very, very difficult. They're marking and letting these players play up just because it's this hole is slowed down, been a bottleneck.
Let's go back to Steve.
Yeah, down here with Coach Ria again. Now, Coach, we got about 9 holes to go. Let's put everybody in the coaching mentality right now. If you're Chattanooga, sitting at 20 under par, you've got an 18-shot lead. What are you telling your players?
18-shot leads in college golf are very, very rare. Usually these things come down to a shot over 5 players over 3 rounds. It's amazing how tight these tournaments usually come down to. But 18-shot lead, you just keep sticking to your game plan. You're making sure that your players are doing what they're supposed to be doing, that they're in the right mind frame. They're not trying to reach for something or who they're not, essentially. So we're just trying to make sure that we're continuing to do what we do that got us there.
Right now, yeah, the game plan is always very interesting to develop and to maintain in a situation like this. Now we have good weather, we have opportunities, lots of opportunities to make birdies out here. Speaking about that, George Mason, second place right now, 18 back. What do you tell your players if you're George Mason, coach?
Honestly, you're looking for a great finish, right? Tripp and Dave were talking about you're still trying to beat the rest of the teams in this field. Donald Ross does not allow you to force birdies. This is the kind of place where you still have to hit it into the right sections of the green. You almost make birdies by accident out here with this setup.
And let's put ourselves in the mindset of players that are a little behind. They're not going to be in contention, maybe even individually on the teams that are playing well. What do you tell those players, or maybe it's something they're working on in their swing, or what do you kind of tell those players to give them some motivation to finish strong on the final 9?
I think it takes a special person to play competitive golf, right? Because the wins are so rare. So you're looking for the smaller wins that you can achieve through the tournament. And if that means, playing your final stretch in 1 under or being better than you were yesterday, I think that's a win in itself. So just improvement a little bit every day. And we're looking for the small wins that add up to the big ones.
Well, little victories. I'd say today is a big victory. We're seeing sunshine. We got the sunglasses on. We finally put sunscreen on. Definitely a big victory today. Back to you guys.
Love it, Steve. Folks, listen to Coach Ria. Be who you are, not who you are not, as we take a look at the individual leaderboard. And that mindset, though, I got to tell you, Tripp, amateurs would be, hang on one second, I've got a 19-shot lead, 18-shot lead as far as the team's concerned. Let's play conservative. The guys and the gals who know how to play and win tournaments, no. You go be who you are.
Yeah, exactly. You think Tiger Woods, how many double-stroke margins of victory, won a U.S. Open by 15 shots, won multiple tournaments by more than 10 single digits in leads, because he always was like, I'm going to keep expanding. I'm not going to change what I'm doing. If I've got the lead doing this, I'm going to just keep doing what I'm doing. It's the same thing in football. You see these teams that build big leads, and then they go into the prevent defense. And what's the old adage? The prevent defense prevents you from winning.
Exactly. Well, if you're a follower of the New York Giants like I am, they have a prevent offense. That also hurts you from winning.
Sorry, you're a follower.
So am I, my man. But here we're taking a look at the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate individual leaderboard currently. Some nice scores all the way through. Again, we had a round of relatively good weather yesterday. It was a 36-hole day. It was supposed to be, at least. The second 18-hole round interrupted by play. There was plenty, though, of competition while the weather was a little raw in the Sandhills of North Carolina. So these scores certainly factor in the account that there are some tremendous disadvantages to those players who were out there playing yesterday, late at least. Take a look at Vic Caliguri. He had a hole-in-one in an Albatross within a month last fall, so that man, the Dayton Flyer, can certainly play. Garrett Kessler, you see him from Loyola, Maryland as well. Dustin Stocksdale. There are 100 competitors in this field. One had to withdraw from yesterday's round, so clearly he had some physical issues, unable to help out his team. 5 players on each team. The low 4 scores count in each round.
Great drive fuels the leaders of tomorrow and today. Great vision paves the way for a brighter future. Great ambition goes places, moving onward and upward. Great empathy finds strength in kindness and in each other, working together to create something bigger than they ever imagined. Great minds can change the world, and great minds start at Seton Hall.
Here at William & Mary, I don't have to make any sacrifices in my education. We are a liberal arts institution and a research university. We have a small, tight-knit campus, but also there's a new friend to meet. Campus is beautiful, and I call it home, but there are also amazing study abroad opportunities. William & Mary encompasses everything and anything you could be interested in. There is so much room for exploration.
Being ready,
Like, really ready?
it takes work.
It takes work. Discoveries take time.
Rough drafts are rough.
And drills, they drill you.
But no matter the field,
Greyhounds never stop, always going the distance, together.
we're not just ready. We're Loyola ready.
All those nights studying. Busy days applying what you learned. Some might say you're really determined to get an A in that class. But if they knew what you were working on, they'd get it. It's not just about your GPA. It's about finding your purpose and making a difference. At the University of Dayton, we don't just fly, we soar.
Some very impressive institutions, elite universities out at number 10 green. We've got Dustin Stocksdale, who's polishing off his putt there. He's the guy who yesterday we brought up. He thinks putting is his best because he has irrational confidence.
I love it. You got to have irrational confidence in this game, period.
Gotta have that irrational confidence. This is Braden Ware looking to extend the lead for Chattanooga.
And it does not break. There you can see the speed past that hole. You've seen players from behind it. And that's a typical characteristic of Donald Ross golf courses. There's always a predominant pitch from back to front.
I'm not a big fan. I know it's the Redan golf hole has the front to back pitch. Greens should receive a golf shot.
True. I'm not. I understand it does have its place here and there, but I'm with you on that. I think you need to typically pitch greens. What I do like though is what he has on a lot of golf courses around this area is that the turtle back, where it's kind of flat up in the middle, but all sides kind of run off. That effectively shrinks the size of the greens.
We just saw C.J. Van Wyck from South Africa, from George, South Africa.
Beautiful George, South Africa.
Love that area. Now Ware coming back up the hill.
Yeah, for his par, cannot let this one get away. Get it outside that right edge. Beautiful putt right there. That's the speed you want it carrying right into the middle. So the Mocs are through the 10th and firmly in control with their last group having just 8 holes to play.
Folks may ask how firmly? How about 19 shots firmly?
I mean, and like I said, where you can see swings is if George Mason is on the other side of the golf course and there was a stretch of holes that's real easy and these guys were going through a hard stretch, but they're playing together. So that negates the chances for that. And look, everybody on the Mocs just looks so comfortable right now. They all look like they're swinging well, playing well. And again, like I said, they were the pre-tournament favorites, I would say. I would say they were if you would have asked me who the team that I thought was the best coming in, it would have been the Mocs, and they held up. It's what you hold serve, if you will. And here's the 10th, the par 5, just 515 yards. And a tee shot up to this plateau. You'll see right here, we're going to crest in between these two bunkers. And you want to get it right. A good drive will get past that right bunker and right up here at the top of the hill where you're looking down. These players are coming in from about 220, 230 yards to this green. And the hole in that back center of the green. And we talk about the pitch from back to front. The back right of this green is pitched down towards the front left of this green. So beautiful par 5. It is a 2-shot par 5 provided you hit a good tee shot. And let's see if we can see a good tee shot here for Rangel.
The only thing is it's easy to just hang back a little bit to loft it up. This one heading down the left side, flirting with the bunker.
think it got in it.
You know, Tripp,
Just
said
enough
that
into the wind, guys, where it's tough for these players to navigate over that today unless they've got a cannon off the tee.
Well, this is J.J. Powell from George Mason, and I just wanted to point out that you mentioned the University of Tennessee. Chattanooga is in comfortable position right now. Everyone feeling like they're playing well. How about this for a statistic? Garrett Engel is 1 shot off the individual lead. He's 3 under on the day, and his score is not counting for the team right now.
That? Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Well, with his ability, he can change that real quick.
Oh yeah, 3 under. Everyone is 3 under or better. J.J. Powell from George Mason, excuse me. Saw J.J. a bit yesterday.
Now, here's Garrett Engel. Now, pay attention to this grip. This is homemade right here. You would never, ever, ever change this. I love players that have these characteristics. This is all homemade. It's split grip. And look at that speed.
Is that a little Mo Norman grip?
Well, Mo was had his hands closer together. I've never seen a grip like this.
Me either.
This is an index finger down the left index finger down the left part of the shaft, and then he's got his right index finger down the right hand portion of the grip. And here's Davidoff from George Mason. He's tied for the lead as well. These guys are the ones vying for the individual title.
Xander Gibson just made a birdie from Bowling Green. He's got a 1-shot lead.
So he's 1 back right now, right? But he's on this par 5, so. Ooh.
It's hammered up the left. This has got to carry that bunker. I don't know if it has the elevation.
Oh, it did, but let's see if it gets a kick off the cart. And get over there on the right portion of the cart pass, so he'll be able to get good relief here.
And again, Dustin Stockdale at 11, one of the things he said prior to the tournament starting, don't ever waste a failure.
Yep. You got to learn something from all of them, and he doesn't need to learn much there. That's not a failure, what he just did. There's no fail in that. And his putting confidence, I'll give him that one, just because he's got all the confidence in his putting.
That irrational confidence. He's a 19-year-old sophomore out of Ellicott City, Maryland. Now this is where?
Yeah, Brendan coming off a disappointing 5. You never want to put a 5 down at 10, but let's see if he can correct it here with a good wedge. It's a good, hard pitching wedge here for these guys today. And that's very nice. Below the hole, going to leave an uphill putt. Boy, the mocks just look so good.
And if you're trailing, you know that the swings can happen in these tournaments. Individual, not as quickly can they change, but Xander Gibson changed quickly with a birdie at his 8th hole of the day to take a 1-shot lead over Davidoff and Garrett Engel. You got Camden Bradich just 2 shots back. Dalton Chuba at 5 under par. And you take a look at the leaderboard, and inside the top 6, half of those are UTC.
I mean, that's why you have the lead you got. And again, like I said, I don't see anything changing. These guys look like they are playing with a ton of confidence, and Blaine Woodruff has got to be really pleased with his squad for a whole lot of reasons heading into an important part of the season. The rest of March and into April for the conference championships.
And some good play today. Seton Hall is 9 under. They've made a move. They're only 15 back now. George Mason, 3 under. Not a great day for them, but the defending champion, Loyola Marymount, they're 10 under as a team today and 22 shots back. But here are the individual stars from this 5th. Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. We're at Mid Pines Golf Club, Southern Pines, North Carolina, 1921. Donald Ross, imagine this masterpiece into existence over the years, changed a little bit. 2013, they changed it right back. And if you want a pure Donald Ross experience, you got to come here. And if you want to get a sense of how golf is done right, whether it's from the legacy of Peggy Kirk Bell, the World Golf Hall of Fame member, who's owned and operated this facility for so long, her daughter and her son-in-law, Pat McGowan, who was a former tour player, plays still, I believe, some Champions Tour events. Still out here running it the way Peggy Kirk Bell always wanted it to be, pure golf. Southern Pines.
All right, let's see who's first to play here. All right, this is Powell. He's going to be the first to play. Down the hill, braking to his left. Watch the break here. Oh, just not enough speed. Had the right line, read it correctly. Now back at the 10th.
I mean, honestly, they're all about the same. It's just kind of the front two are kind of just longer. The shots straight with the grain, so they kind of fly a bit, especially anyway. And the back one, a little bit more down, but just kind of bump it out, come it on, and get it high. But really, I thought it third grade, and they'd all be the same. So, me?
Yeah. Steve, what do you? Oh, we're going to go back for. That's Engel right there for his birdie effort. And all right, now back here with
Braden Ware.
I mean, this is Engel. Excuse me. Sorry.
Get on the ground.
That's left. Get on the ground as he is correct. And boy, oh boy, that's going to keep running and hopefully not. Oh, no, no. Boy, you're gonna see an adventure coming up here from where he ended up. He's got a bunker to go over. He's got very little green to work.
Yeah, just kind of straight at it right here. Yep. Yeah, you got room right to that.
This is Mads Jensen from Toledo.
Yeah, 210 to the front. Little wind out of the right. Good opportunity to put one on the surface here. Long irons hoisted.
Oh yeah, that's fine. That's beautiful. That's going to leave a putt that'll break to his right a little bit, but nice effort. An eagle putt coming up.
He says the strongest part of his game is ball striking, and the 22-year-old junior marketing major showed us right there how that's the case.
Yeah, that's Stocksdale, of course. No irrational confidence needed there. A little tap in. And he dropped it twice in this spot. It kept rolling where he did not have full relief of the cart path. So you get to place it on the third time after the second time. So no issue with the lie there.
And he has to take complete relief, yes?
Yes, you once you take relief, it has to be complete. So hence, you know, he would have been standing back on the cart path from where it rolled to. So that's why you got to do it that way.
Definitely a better break to be able to move it on the right side of this path as well. That left side, you could have some stance issues and a.
Door open here with Engel where he is, Steve, and he's just got an iron. This is a full green light situation here.
Yeah, it is. The only thing he's got, the footing was a little bit in the sand there, and it's a little below the golf ball as well. That's the only thing that will kind of throw him off ever so slightly, but was able to place it, like you said, put on a perfect lie, and a good opportunity here to maybe cash in an eagle with a good approach.
Go.
Go! This one's right at it, just begging it to go.
Oh, yeah. Look at this. That is going to be a really good putt putting up the slope. Yeah, you get knuckles there for sure. Well done.
That's Braden Ware on number 12 from Chattanooga.
That's over in the natural area, and hope it stays in the sand. Don't want to get it in that heavier, thick grass. So that's a poor tee shot down the hill. It's just a position hole. You got to get it moving right to left for a right-hander. And now Powell on the tee. VJ. Ball looking down the left-hand side, actually right down the middle. That was a beautiful little tight draw. That's what you want.
Now Dustin Stocksdale.
Coming off that birdie. With the driver, that's an aggressive play. Got to definitely make sure you turn that ball over, and he did just that. That's going to chase down there. You can see that one run out.
I like this kid's personality. He talked about his teammate, Jackson Roman. He calls him the Novak Djokovic of ping pong.
I told you he's got to play Kuchar.
Got to play Kuchar.
Okay, now the adventure. Steve, this is over here on the 11th hole. He's not there yet. He's playing the 10th. Describe what Eagles got here.
Yeah, ball way below his feet. I mean, he's 45, 50 yards over this green. Must have hit the cart path up over here to get up way up over here. And he's got green running away. Only about 8 yards of green between the back bunker and the hole location. I mean, I think he'd be doing really good if he can keep this one within 20 or 25 feet from here.
Just make sure you have a putter in your hand. Don't chip again. Boy, he hit that nice. That looked really quality right there. Oh, my. I'll tell you what.
That was special.
That was really classy right there. That was not easy.
Just one back in the individual.
Well, he may be tied here after that beautiful shot. There's a lot to like about this young man's game.
Garrett Engel, 21-year-old senior, public law major.
We might see him at the next level. I'm telling you, he's got a little bit of the it factor. It looks like in his swagger, and I love that homemade natural grip that he's got. It works perfect for him. I believe this is Ethan Whitaker putting for his birdie at the 12th.
Ethan, one of the very talented UTC, the Mox team.
Watch this break. There you can see, and pay attention, boys, down there below the hole. You saw that one almost moving back towards them. So Rangel giving them a little bit of a look. Gustavo, I believe that's going to be a birdie. I think that was an eagle effort.
This will be for par, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he had a layup off the tee, and he hit the drive in that fairway bunker and laid up. And definitely showed his playing partners a little something with the speed. This green's really benched into this hill, and it plays very, very slow from below the hole. So you got to give it a pretty good wrap.
Gustavo from Puerto Rico. This Chichi Rodriguez is an influence. What a fun gentleman he was. Lost him just recently.
Boy, that's really poor effort there from Jensen. Mads has got to be a little better than that one. I know he knows it. Higher than that, Coach.
So if you're Samir Davidoff and your coach is just showing you a line that you do not agree with, How easy is it to shake off the coach?
Easy. You're the one hitting it. That's why, you know, all this aim point and all this other stuff that says, oh, it has to be here. You're the only one who knows how hard you're going to hit.
Exactly.
And
Crenshaw
speed determines
talked
line.
about that.
Speed determines line. So, I mean, he could hit this putt. He's got to hit it hard, as Steve said. It's back up the hill. But he could hit it on 3 or 4 different speeds and choose 3 or 4 different lines. So you're the only one who knows that. So one of the things I teach is how to learn to trust your intuition and really help your green reading.
Most important lesson he got from his coach: golf is not my identity. I like that.
Yeah, there you go. Got to wrap. Give this one a good wrap, doesn't he, Steve?
Oh, yeah.
Well, he did, and that's right in the middle.
And he gave it way more than the coach asked for.
Absolutely.
You ask Ben Crenshaw, what's this putt going to do? We would always ask, well, how hard are you going to hit it?
Exactly.
Don't have an answer until I know that.
You can't do any better on the greens than that man.
He played well in his second tournament ever for George Mason. It's something he will never forget with his teammates who really emboldened him and empowered him to go out there and play the best he can. And right now he's in the mix for the individual title, right? He's now in tied, exactly 1 shot back, though, with that birdie putt, because Xander Gibson has made a birdie at number 9 himself.
Well, he just made eagle, so that puts him at 9 under. So
Good point, so they're tied at 9.
All right. Now this one to stay within 1. Beautiful stroke. And that's from after that tee shot. That is a disappointing 5. And he stands now 2 back with 8 holes to go. And that's a tap-in par for, is that Mason Deal?
I think so. From
No,
Toledo.
this is Ethan Whitaker here.
This is Ethan Whitaker. That was just Vaughn McKean's.
Oh,
George
yes, from
Mason.
George Mason. I'm sorry. Got the group right. I just didn't get the individual right. Good 4 there for Ethan. And they're doing their job. They're just running out of holes. Just keep grinding away and keep making pars and birdies, and until they tell you to quit playing golf.
It was a 19-shot lead at one point, down to 13. Seton Hall coming on strong, 10 under on their round. But they are 13 shots back. George Mason, the only other team under par. Here's another member of that leading Tennessee Chattanooga team.
Yeah, this is Brandon Ware over there to the right. He'll have a good lie, though. I mean, it's clean. He'll be able to, you know, off this firm sand. He's taking a couple of practice swings you can see next to it, so he's got a good idea of what's underneath it. It's one of the things you can't do in a fairway bunker, the advantage of being outside of that. And he's just got a short iron. Problem is this angle coming across this way, it slopes kind of away from him, so he needs to air to the right if he can. There you can see where he took the practice swing, so he knows what it's going to do after he hits it. Just get ball first here. That's the predominant thing you have to do. And looks like he did just that, driving it in low. And too much. Wow. Just hammered that.
Still moving. Back to the 11th, Samir Davidoff.
Coming off that beautiful eagle. Leader right now, co-leader, I should say. And, well,
might have been a little juiced up on that one.
Yeah. You can see. Good shot. Had to look good in the air, but just a little too much.
And he says his iron play, the best part of his game. Maybe there's some adrenaline in there, as you mentioned. His dream foursome: Tiger Woods, Jack Nicklaus, and Adam Sandler. Get Happy Gilmore in there. Another look at C.J. Van Wyck.
Ball above his feet, all over in the left-hand portion. Just aim over that cart sign that you can see about halfway to the hole and let it turn. Yep, that's exactly what he did. Almost hold it.
As I mentioned, from George, South Africa, his role model, person who influenced him growing up, Louis Oosthuizen.
Louis Oosthuizen, what a player. Has a major championship, but he also has another unique honor. He was the bridesmaid in all 4 majors as well. He's finished second in all 4 majors. He's got the bridesmaid Grand Slam.
It doesn't happen often. Craig Wood did it. Greg Norman. Not many others have.
But that year he won, of course, at St. Andrews. That's a good place to have a major championship. And a nice guy, too. Louis, that is. That's a nice shot right there.
He chose Toledo because of the coach, facility schedule, business program as well. That's Mads Jensen I'm talking about. This up ahead at 12 is V.J. Powell.
Yeah, he likes it. He's staring it down. Why not? Yes. Going to leave a speedy putt, but one that is definitely makeable.
Now Angle on the tee at 11.
Steve, any chance you would ever change this man's grip?
No, not at all. Not
would you emulate it?
Plays. It's not one you teach. It's not one you would. It's just something you're born with, really. Ooh, that's going to come off the hill.
Yeah.
It's just you let them do their thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, I don't care what it's doing. I don't care what it looks like, but where it matters is what it's doing coming into the ball, and he's got complete control of the club face.
Does it repeat?
Yeah, and it repeats, and he's got, plenty of speed. I like it. I think it's got. Staying power. I think he could have a nice professional career had he continue to work on his short game. There you can see the lead is shrinking, but I still think the way UTC is going now, we do have
19 down to 12. You're not worried at all?
Where's in a little bit of trouble over the green at 12, so we'll have to see how he handles that. But I still think it's too big a hill to climb. And we're down to about, 5-6 holes left? Yeah. Here we go. This is where, and this is, again, how many times have I said this in this? When you're in this position, make sure you have a putter for your next shot. Do not chip this again. That's where you bring the doubles into play. Just take your medicine and say, look, if I make a 20, 25-footer for par, great. Worst I'm going to make is bogey. I messed up on the tee shot.
Easier said than done. It's the Donald Ross
That's
green.
Fine.
You've got pine needles and sand.
Yeah.
I think it's a nice job.
Look, he's fine right there. If you make that putt, great. But just get out of here with a 5 at worst. You can come back from bogeys. Doubles, they put you more behind the 8 ball than you should be.
The whole team.
Yeah, because then that 12-shot lead comes down to 10. If Ware's counting. I haven't seen.
Currently it does, because he's 3 under. Well, there were actually 4 players who were 3 under, and you've got Dalton Chuba's 4 under.
What a luxury.
What a luxury. One of those 3s won't count.
So he's fine. Either way, it won't change the team standing then if he's the last counter.
Well, we've talked about it a bit. When you over-compliment someone, it's called glaze. We have a part of our coverage, the Babygrande golf coverage of the Donald Ross Collegiate. There's a special stream called the No Glaze Zone. You're going to get it straight up for real, featuring commentary from Domingo Chichi Grande near us and special guests. Just check out the No Glaze Zone on babygrandegolf.com. No glaze whatsoever.
Okay, here's that par putt. Now, this is not the easiest 2-putt, I will say. But he did the right thing, just get it on the green where he's not chipping again. So don't get too aggressive with this. Just
So Braden Ware again. His score does count at this point. He's got a couple of birdies, 3 birdies, and a bogey. As we go back to Samir Davidov.
What's this putt, Steve? Back down the hill?
Yeah, it's a little back down the hill, and it's going to move from his right to left. And this wind is really kind of, I think it really fooled him off the tee. The tee sits in a bit of an alcove back there, which is blocked by the wind, and we're seeing the wind really help the flag from the tee in this direction. So I think he just got fooled with it.
The putter just did what it's supposed to do. Beautiful speed control. It'll be a no-sweat par for our co-leader.
Dustin Stocksdale. His birdie's going to get there.
I'll show you the difficulty of what these two players are going to have. VJ Powell and Braden Ware. One for birdie, one for par. Now Engel, his putt.
A tiny bit of an optical illusion here, though, with the nature of this property and how it sits. This putt, it appears like it's downhill a little bit. It's, the terrain, he's almost putting back up the hill because the tee was elevated back there. So if anything, you got to hit this one a little harder than you think.
Led the country in strokes gained putting 2022-2023 season.
There we go.
And shows you why right there.
Boy, oh boy, was that perfect. I mean, to be able to hit a putt that breaks some 2.5, 3 feet and just hit it with the perfect speed. Oh, nice job. Good job there for Ware.
Braden drops a shot.
That's fine. That's fine. Take your medicine. It could have easily been a 6 there.
Doesn't hurt the team because he was at 3, so was Engel, and Engel makes the putt, makes his score count.
Yep.
Back to VJ Powell a moment ago for birdie at number 12.
Yeah, that looked good the whole way right there.
The lead is 12. University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, but most recent birdie for the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga by Garrett Engel, with Ware's bogey dropping him out of those that count. University of Tennessee, Chattanooga will have a 13-shot lead when the scores get updated. Seton Hall playing well today. Seton Hall currently just 12 shots back, but they're 11 under on the day. George Mason 3 under on their round, currently in 3rd place. Nice positioning for the host team. Again, the teams that are here now in the second half of the standings today, they'd like to get inside the top 10, as University of Toledo was for much of its first couple rounds. They're currently 3 over on their round today. Xavier having a tough day. They're 12 over in 9th place. If you look all the way down that leaderboard, some positives, even for Towson University, 8 over on their round today, better than their first 2 rounds. This is Samir trying to clean up at the 11th. Couple birdies, couple bogeys today. Opened in 66. Was 1 under in the rain interrupted round of yesterday in the weather. That 71 might have been better than the 66 to open up. He says that he thinks the team, this is Davidoff talking about his team, the George Mason Patriots, he thinks that they have arguably the best relationship on the East Coast. It's a little backup on the par 3. We'll see that from time to time, not just in collegiate golf, but also professional as well. Let's step away for a moment. We'll come back to the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate after this.
Change is never easy, but striving to become more than what you were yesterday, to make that impact, that is George Mason, and will never change. A university that slays giants. A university made stronger by saying yes. A university old enough to know better, but young enough not to care. So expect change, remembering that we're at our strongest when we're all together different.
The time is now. Your chance to take a leap, to do what you've been waiting for, like taking a closer look and making a bigger difference. Because when you become a rocket, you're able to do smart things, to do art things, to do let's roll up our sleeves things. Whatever your thing is, you have the power to do what it takes. The University of Toledo. The power to do.
Raise high, revolutionaries. This is our calling. For more than 200 years, in the heart of the nation's capital, the George Washington University has produced leaders on the global stage. At GW, we are advancing knowledge, serving society, and making an impact. We shape the future. We make history. So rev up, expand your world, ignite your passion, strive for success. Together, we raise high.
You will be nervous. You'll make mistakes. But in spite of that, you will keep going. Here, among these stones and walkways, you will test, build, and break, fall into the unexpected, and pick up something new. Here, filled with energy and passion, you will find your voice, clear the air, and discover the strength to make an impact. Here, at St. Joseph's University, you will.
Easier to eat. Back at the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate, Southern Pines, North Carolina, in the sand hills of North Carolina. Just the perfect place to build golf courses. Great terrain, great drainage. As Samir Davidoff approaches the tee shot at 12.
You said important to get this one turning over, and that's where it looks like he's aimed down that right side. Gonna let it work right to left. Yep. That one will be fine. Right down the middle.
B.J. Powell's the 13th.
Well, he's swinging well. I really like his balance and his swing and the control. But the result, something to be desired.
Now Dustin Stocksdale. Remember the defending champion Loyola University from Maryland. Got the best round, at least tied for the team today at 3 under par. Jackson Roman also 3 under par. Had a stretch of 4 consecutive birdies, 4 through 7. Dustin did. Made another one at 11, par the 12th. Now let's see him on the par 3, 13th.
A lot of speed through that impact zone, which is commonplace in today's power game. That's fine right there. You want to be over the screen now, not as far as V.J. Powell was, but that's about where you want to be because you're putting back up towards that flag.
Been a tough hole for Dustin. He made bogey in each of the first 2 rounds. Now C.J. Van Wyck from Toledo, who's moved back into 10th position. They're 4 shots out of a tie for 8th with Xavier and Loyola University. C.J. made a par here yesterday. Actually parted twice yesterday.
Well, he's posing on it. And why not? Now let's see, and that's going to get on the correct side. It may not stay all the way on the green, but that's fine. He'll still be able to putt from there.
Might not help your stats, but a good spot for him to be.
Yeah, that's fine.
Braden Ware next to play.
He's saying at the center is where he was telling his coach he was going to hit it. He's aimed further right than that, so. He came over it, which is typically going to go just a little long. But again, that's fine. That's back up towards the flag, so that's just fine.
He's at 2 under, as is Ethan Whitaker, his teammate. Those are the 2 highest scores currently for the University of Tennessee Chattanooga Mocs. One of those 2 won't count, as that recent bogey drops UTC to 19 under. But there's been a bogey by Seton Hall. They're back to 10 under on their round, 7 under for the tournament, 12 back of the leader.
All right, now Engel. Good look here. Steve, you out there?
Yeah, I've been here all day. It's a beautiful day. A little right to left, ball above his feet here. Easy to hit it left, and that one's going a little bit left. Taking some spin, going to pull off the front edge of the green here.
He didn't like that one at all, but he's chipping back up the hill.
This is a very tricky wedge shot right here with the ball above the feet, and it's also on a downslope. So it's you're trying to navigate, okay, what is the slope going to do to the loft? What's the ball above the feet going to do to the nature of the, whether it's going to go more to the left than you're used to. So you almost try to play a cut from above the lie ball position, and it's not easy.
They give about 5 to 7 yards right.
That score is wrong. Davidoff's actually 9 under. He made an eagle on the 10th.
Tied for the lead.
So that's just why that graphic just hadn't been updated. But we know he's 9 under. He knows he's 9 under, and he'd like to get to 10 under.
Go.
And he's going to have a tall order to try to make that putt. That is a big breaker from right to left.
Yeah, at least he missed it in the proper spot, but it was just, again, this is not an elementary wedge shot here at all.
Interesting scoring technique here. It's a collegiate game. Players are responsible for everything, including inputting their scores into the computer on their phone, via their phone. When you make eagle, you think you're going to throw that one in there pretty quick, huh?
Well, he was posing on it, and why not? That is beautiful. Going to spin down there right below the hole. Excellent execution.
Gustavo Rangel, 21-year-old junior accounting major. As we go to VJ Powell.
We saw him go way over the green.
So professional caddies are a lot more aware than college golfers, as Mr. Stocksdale has put his clubs right in the direction between the camera and his golf ball, frustrating our cameramen who are doing a wonderful job at this point. The caddies on the tour, they know where the cameras are. They make sure that golf, unless they have something going on at the time, they want to make sure that golf club or golf bag is clear of any kind of visual, as VJ's got some work to do here.
The good news is he's pitching back up into the slope of the green, so here you can see no problem at all for him. This young man's got a lot of talent. Really solid golf game.
VJ Powell. George Mason, 15 shots back, and VJ is currently today tied for low round of his team. Started with a bogey, but had 3 birdies since. No bogeys since that first opening hole.
Basically in the middle of 2 hills.
You get a chance to see the lie here, Steve?
Pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, it's one of those where you could chip it, or you could putt it. Going with the wedge. Such a precise strike required off that dormant Bermuda grass.
That was aggressive, no doubt about it.
Garrett's best moment to date.
4-footer.
Tricky one, but he advanced to the national championships 2023. That was his most significant moment in his collegiate career thus far. Braden Ware, a moment ago at number 13.
And there you go.
All right.
He makes up for that bogey real quick, doesn't he?
He certainly does.
Yeah, tip the cap there, Braden. Good job. Now, see, here's the play I like when you're in this situation. For most amateurs, I really think this is the best way for you guys to handle this situation. You've got to practice it a little bit, but take the 3-wood and just see how it's more predictable how it's going to roll. And he might need to practice it a little.
I'd say so. Mads Jensen, you say practice a little, practice a lot, because it will help you.
No, it will.
But only if you understand.
But you got to do it a few times, and then once you do, I think it's more predictable than a putter.
And again, why is that?
Because it gets more on top. Like the putter will hop more. With the 3-wood, it does the loft, but it tumbles quicker than it does with a putter, and it gets on top of the grass, I think, quicker, and it comes off in a very similar way. It's got a very predictable release about it that I think is easier to judge how it's going to come out when it bumps through those off the green moments.
Do you like the line Coach gave Samir?
Yeah, it's way out there. I mean, how much here, Steve? 4 or 5 feet of break?
Yeah, I think that's probably the maximum right there. You just, again, this is when you got to hit pretty firmly to hold that line up the hill. A little light on the speed. He'll be left with a little knee knocker.
Yeah, you got to hit that so hard and so far out there to the right.
I think the tough thing, if you do hit it firmly, you don't want that 2.5 or 3-footer coming down these slopes. Those will give you heart palpitations.
Yeah, you definitely don't want those, no question. And there's VJ cleaning up his par. Nice up and down there for Powell.
This is Loyola, Maryland's Dustin Stockdale for his par. These are important putts. Loyola, Maryland, the defending champions, were now tied for 4th in the team competition at 2 over, 6 shots back of 3rd, George Mason. And again, Dustin, low round of the day, tied at least with Jackson Roman. This to stay at 3 under on his round.
Beautiful. Right in the middle. Great stroke.
More than a century of golf here at Mid-Pines Inn and Golf Club. Garrett Engel with this par putt.
This is a ticklish one right here.
Yeah, this is the one that you kind of don't want on these Donald Ross greens right here. You know, one where it's got a little break in it, and you'd like to hit it a little firmer to take a little of that break out, but you just don't have that opportunity.
But I tell you what, he plays so fearless, though, Steve. I think he takes the break out of and makes this short work of this.
Probably what he should have done.
But the problem is, if he does that and misses, then he's 5, 6 feet by. He went the easy, delicate route. And when you do that, I mean, just any little bit, if you don't have it right on the spot, it's gonna drift off just like his did.
We talked about towing those downhill
putts.
Yeah,
because you can be aggressive with your stroke. You're not decelling, because often on those you tend to decel, and when you decel, the face tends to stay open, and it just is awful. I mean, it doesn't come off on line very often.
How far out on the toe would you play it?
I've played it all the way out on the toe, and then you can make your normal stroke, and the toe deadens it, so it comes off, on line. It's a very effective way, even with the technology and these new mallets and everything else, where they're, the mallet certainly has a lot more forgiveness in it, but you can still put it out on the toe of those and make that normal stroke on those really fast downhill putts.
13-shot lead currently for University of Tennessee Chattanooga over Seton Hall. Seton Hall 9 under on their round. George Mason University, the host institution of this, Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate, 4 under on their round. 15 shots back, 2 shots out of second place though. Defending champs are a couple over par, sole possession of fourth. Elon University 3 over, just 1 back of Loyola University of Maryland.
Up the hill, fairly straight right here. Might have a smidge of break to the right, but there you go. That was a good 2-putt.
Certainly was.
And now disappointing bogey there from being in the fairway. That's if you're going to win this golf tournament, you can't play loose mistake. Can't have loose shots like that. And if you do hit a loose shot, you got to have your short game to save you. I was admiring the aggressive chip up the hill to try to make it, but you got to, you know, be careful on these Donald Ross greens. You get on the wrong side of them, but he's still got some holes left.
For the individual, now VJ Powell on the tee at 14.
Yeah, 360-yard hole, the 14th.
With some movement in the fairway, and let's take a look at the aerial. Describe this hole for us.
Yeah, this is typically a 3-wood off the tee, and this is just a real short hole up the hill. It's one of the easiest holes for the members at just 60 yards, excuse me. Again, and the only thing you got to watch is that bunker down the left. But you have seen players over here in this bunker on the right. The bunker on the left, excuse me, is not in play. And you get this fairway sloping from left to right up to this tiny green, and the hole is over on the left-hand center part of this green. Again, a ton of slope on this green from the back left to the front right. Very important, as you hear me say time and time again, keep it below the hole on the 14th.
Stocksdale on the tee.
Yeah, this is just a hybrid or a 3-wood, 5-wood. As I said yesterday, more and more tour players going to that 3-wood, 5-wood, 7-wood setup, and they'll have variations on that depending on the course they play.
5. I think so. Even if you're on the back feathers, it's a good putt.
This is still our co-leader.
Been a nice week for Samir. Started with 66. Had an eagle, a couple of birdies, a couple of bogeys, excuse me, and 6 birdies. Then in the weather, 5 birdies, excuse me, and 4 bogeys. Today, 2 and 2, even par.
I was talking with Greg Pazinski, his coach, walking down the last fairway, and he was saying that he has not won a collegiate event yet, and so you could see those deep breaths right before he walked into that golf ball right there. He knows the importance of these last 6 holes for him and his development of his career.
Look to get in front of that one a little bit. This is probably right of where he wants it. Yep. And that'll leave a challenging 2-putt there. The last half of that putt's really fast running away from him. So
to 14, VJ Powell.
First look at this second shot. Look at I love the balance. His swings in rhythm a lot. There's a lot to like about that golf swing, and it'll be a fast putt, but it'll be a putt for birdie.
This is Gustavo Rangel from Loyola, Maryland, excuse me.
If anything, there's just a puff of wind out of the left pushing this ball right.
Yep, and that's, he'll probably putt that. I can't imagine him doing anything but that. Now Ware, beautiful tee shot. A lot of speed on that short iron. Let's see if it's got spin on it. That'll be a big breaker.
Some spin. Here's Garrett Angle, tee shot at 13.
And this hole has just given up nothing to these players. Only 11 birdies for the entire tournament.
Yeah, that wasn't his best. Out in front of that one, club was not in sync with his turn, and therefore the face stays open and got a good break off the hill to get that one closer to the hole. But he's going to need to start making some birdies if he's going to try to win this championship.
Absolutely. Back to Stocksdale now.
Good setup right there. He doesn't like it. Probably because he pulled it, but it's all right when you're mad when you pull them and they're about 15, 20 feet. That's okay. That means you got high standards or irrational confidence, as he says.
Quick look at the leaderboard in our mind's eye. 14-shot lead for University of Tennessee Chattanooga. Got Seton Hall University in second place. They're 9 under on their round. The only other team under par, George Mason University at 4 under. They're 4 under on the round, 4 under for the tournament. Defending champion Loyola University Maryland, couple shots over par. 9 under though on their round today. They really got hammered by the weather yesterday. Loyola Maryland certainly did.
Now you want to see a fast putt. We're going to see a this is this CJ Van Wyck?
Trying to figure out who's
yeah,
away.
I think this is Van Wyck's going to be away, isn't he? Because I think Ware's away.
I don't think so either. Just checking it out, but Van Wyck.
I would think it's going to be Van Wyck
from Toledo.
And you want to see fast. This green's got a lot of slope on it from back to front. You can just see the pitch of it. Just looking on how much lower Van Wyck is than Stocksdale. And the hill behind it.
How important is it to win a tournament as a collegiate player?
I think it's huge. It does so much for your confidence. And, you know, obviously team wins are huge too. But winning as an individual is, you did your job. You know, you went out and played better than everybody else. And then, you know, to have your teammates right there and play well too. That's the fun thing about college golf is it's an individual sport, but there's still a team aspect of it. All right, now Van Wyck, let's see if he can gauge this one correctly. This is a challenging one to get down into from beyond this hole. And that's carrying some speed. You can see. That's not
carrying
done.
speed.
that's some 12, 15 feet by.
Yeah, I think that's a little high.
There we go. Finally got the right score up for David Off.
Leads by a couple. Two players, Garrett Engel, Xander Gibson from Bowling Green. We've seen a lot of Garrett, not much of Xander. They're sharing second place at 7 under.
But I think as it comes in, you're looking at
Samir a couple under today.
This is a difficult one to get down in 2.
I think you're aiming.
Yes, it is. This one, he got a grain change about halfway between he and the hole. And then it's going to move from his left and start to pick up speed as it gets close. I think if he can get this within that, 3 or 4 foot circle, that would be doing really, really good work here.
We saw players yesterday, even in the wet conditions yesterday, Steve, from here, putted almost off the green.
Yeah, he's looking 7, 8 feet right of this hole.
Right about there is what Steve's talking about, how it changes and goes downhill. And he protected against running it by, and oh boy,
protected too much.
You'd rather run it that far by, wouldn't you, Steve? On the other side.
Oh yeah, you'd like that uphill putt so you can be more aggressive. He's gonna have to be very cautious with that one too. That's the first thing that goes though when you're in the pressure moments like this, and your touch is the hardest thing to adjust for, because the adrenaline that's pumping through your body, you can't necessarily practice for this. You can do wind sprints before you putt and do stuff like that, but it doesn't simulate what goes through your body as far as the adrenaline.
All right, let's see if the Mr. Strokes gained in putting can gain some strokes here.
Here's, we need water.
Oh yeah, look at this. Look at this.
Oof. What a heck of a putt.
What a great look.
I'm going to stay 2 back in the individual.
Well, who knows? You never know.
6 holes left or so. Up at the 14th, Stocksdale for birdie. Still a 14-shot lead by Chattanooga.
Well, that's smart. Don't, give it the speed to go in. He just didn't get it out there far enough, but don't have to work for that second putt like we've got here for C.J. Van Wyck.
CJ's 3 over for the tournament, but David off with the lead, as you can see on that mini leaderboard. He is currently 2 over pair of players. Van Wyck coming up the hill for his par. Xander Gibson has made a birdie, so Xander has gotten within 1 of David off. Engel, we've been watching him much of the day. Dalton Chuba in the mix as well. Engel, Chuba, Cameron Bradich, who's also at 5 under. All play for Chattanooga, the team that leads currently in the team competition by 13. 5 or 6 holes remaining, depending upon where the team started in the shotgun. 3 rounds of shotgun play brought on by the weather. 36 holes yesterday. And when you look at the pictures, you can't think about the weather right now in North Carolina. It's beautiful. Yesterday, a little rough, a little raw in the afternoon. Mads Jensen now.
You see the slope of the effect of that. Okay, now Powell with his putt. Shouldn't be a problem with his stroke, and it is not. Okay, important putt for our tournament leader here. Davidoff.
We just saw Gustavo Rangel in the same group here hole a putt from the right edge of the green, so we got a good idea of what it's doing at the hole as far as the speed. But yeah, this is a nervous little one right here for sure. It's more than a little one.
Looks like he's got it on the right edge, and the players that had it over there yesterday, it did not come like they thought it did. Well, that one went more than right edge. So, interesting 3-putt. Now we've got a co-leaders now, provided this one goes in.
Such a great mix of holes here, though, at this golf course. You've got long par 3s like this one that can play 230 or 40 yards. You've got a few short ones that we saw in the front 9. Just a great mix. They're going to have wedge to the next hole. Just a fun golf course.
So he falls one back to 8 under, which will put him in a tie for the lead right now.
With Xander Gibson from Bowling Green. Garrett Angle just one shot back.
This will be a good 2-putt here. A couple of loose shots, unlike him. A couple of loose ones the last couple of holes. So let's see if he can tighten that up. Well, specifically at the 10th, the poor one there on his second shot, then missed one at the 13th, and then one out to the right here, but he shouldn't have any problem here. This should be a good 2-putt 3.
Stays one back. Mads Jensen from University of Toledo.
Just a little cleanup here.
Mads from Denmark, part of that Toledo team that's trying to stay inside the top 10. They are not there. Chattanooga, UT Chattanooga, 14-shot lead over George Mason University. The host for this Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. Seton Hall University won the second edition of this event. They're 16 shots back. Just on the other side of par, you have Loyola University from Maryland, won the first Babygrande Donald Ross and the most recent Babygrande Donald Ross. Going down this leaderboard, the other Loyola University, one from Chicago, has moved inside the top 10. Playing well, Bowling Green, by virtue of the player that they've been really riding the entire week, the man who's at the top of the leaderboard sharing top of the leaderboard on the individual side, Xander Gibson. After that great long putt, Rangel.
Yeah, just a little drawing fairway metal up here. Fairway slopes left to right. Just put it in position, give yourself a nice wedge opportunity.
Yep. Got to keep it below the hole, though, Steve. This green has got a lot of pitch from back to front.
Yeah, this is the old school when the greens were a lot slower than what they are right now.
So they're playing when ready. I love this because David he made bogey. It's not necessarily his honor, but they're just in foursomes. It's always better just, hey, when you're ready, play. And they
amateurs
probably
take
The
note.
group ahead of them. The group ahead of them is on the 15th fairway on hitting their second shot, so they're a little behind pace.
That's more than a little behind.
Just fine up the right center.
That's more than a little behind.
Yeah,
you're kind.
It's
kind.
amazing. It's amazing what happens. It's amazing what happens when you're in the lead and near the lead, and you tend to slow up a little bit at times, and it does happen, and it happens to everybody. Honestly, I think that's the secret sauce about golf. If you can maintain your same pace no matter where you are on the leaderboard, I think that's the big key to playing some great golf.
Boy, he is getting some loose shots right now. That was way out in front of it with the body and the club way late. And typically you're underneath it there with the face open. I don't care what grip you got. When you're that late with your club, that's going to be all sorts of trouble.
Now from the University of Toledo, Mads Jensen. Mentioned Danish-born player. Loves the fact that his team is a very international group. People from 6 countries being represented.
That shouldn't be a problem.
Mads says he loves watching football, then parenthesis,
soccer.
There you go. So Mads and his team trying to get inside the top 10. Everyone chasing University of Tennessee, Chattanooga. They lead by 15.
Great drive fuels the leaders of tomorrow and today. Great vision paves the way for a brighter future. Great ambition goes places, moving onward and upward. Great empathy finds strength in kindness and in each other, working together to create something bigger than they ever imagined. Great minds can change the world, and great minds start at Seton Hall.
Here at William & Mary, I don't have to make any sacrifices in my education. We are a liberal arts institution and a research university. We have a small, tight-knit campus, but also there's always a new friend to meet. Campus is beautiful, and I call it home, but there are also amazing study abroad opportunities. William & Mary encompasses everything and anything you could be interested in. There is so much room for exploration.
Being ready,
Like, really ready?
it takes work.
It takes work. Discoveries take time.
Rough are rough.
And drills, they drill you.
But no matter the field,
Greyhounds never stop, always going the distance. Together.
we're not just ready. We're Loyola ready.
All those nights studying. Busy days applying what you learned. Some might say you're really determined to get an A in that class. But if they knew what you were working on, they'd get it. It's not just about your GPA. It's about finding your purpose and making a difference. At the University of Dayton, we don't just fly, we soar.
We are back. Some of the sights and sounds of the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. A wonderful 2 days, 54 holes in this 5th edition of the competition. Back to 14 and Engel.
Does Engel have an angle, Steve?
He might need a little bit of a chainsaw, but no, he's got about, there's a 6-foot gap in between these pine trees, some 20 yards ahead of his ball. So he does have a shot. The lie is conducive for doing whatever he wants to with it as well, but it will take his full focus.
Steve, we just watched from behind the player, and we saw that opening that you mentioned. But there's a bunker he's got to go over, and these Donald Ross greens he's got to stay on with some spin, and he's also got the tree canopy to deal with. Looks like he may be looking out to the left a little bit. This looks like a pretty tough shot.
He could play this left and try to fade it around. I almost think if he plays it through the gap, he has to play maybe a couple yard draw, which would be easier with a wedge shot. It's tough to fade a wedge, but it's definitely a safer shot playing left. But it's going to have more spin should it hit the green.
Took the safe route, way safe route.
Yeah, this is way left. This is way. You just can't cut a wedge that much.
He looked quickly though down back at the where the ball was sitting prior.
I thought he said it hit a rock, which
so
it could be a rock that he hit, and unexpectedly under the ball. You don't know it's there, and then it deflects off the rock into the ball, and yeah, his hill's getting steeper to climb decline, excuse me, to try to grab the individual title.
Well, Xander Gibson has made a bogey, so it is now a one-shot lead for this man, Samir Davidoff, in prime position, Steve.
Yeah, this is really good. Right center of the fairway. The biggest thing is just taking some spin off. That would be the important thing here. Just 120 yards right here. So, arms and body type swing, drive it down a little low, let the green kind of stop the ball instead of your trajectory or even your spin.
Yeah, you don't want it spinning, because usually when it's spinning, it's getting further from the hole.
Deep, though. This is long and left. This is really tough position.
Oh, wow. What an unforced error that was. That is going to be a difficult up and in. And from the bunker, if it's in that bunker, my, oh, my. All right, now, Gustavo with his second.
This one flighted much lower. A little deep, though.
Golly, you just can't go past this hole.
A little bit loose here late in the day. Fatigue at all, or not so much? After 54 yesterday,
I would say
stops.
fatigue for old guys like us, but not for these young men.
I'm fatigued at the third tee. Mads Jensen next to play now.
Let's see if somebody can do the correct thing here. Well, look to go right at it. And somebody did do the correct thing, because that's going to end up below the hole. And there's what you're supposed to do with a scoring club in your hand.
Well, he said his coach taught him how important positive self-talk is, and to play aggressive to conservative targets.
Amen.
Right there.
Yep.
Most significant moment in his college career, he said. Mads said, play in the MAC championship in 2024 and see how many people that care about what we do and want us to win the conference. Go up to Chattanooga's Ethan Whitaker. Second at the par 5. Ethan's a 19-year-old freshman. Nice shot there. Putting comes naturally to him. We'll see how he handles that putt coming down the hill. Back to the 14th. Not sure if it was a rock or what happened, but way left and still in some trouble.
Yeah, this one is actually way more doable than it might appear from your picture right there. The lie is pretty good. It's in some trampled down long stuff that's all dormant, so no issues there. You can get the club cleanly on the back of the ball. He's got a little room to work with. I think he can get some elevation under it as well. I mean, it reminds me a little bit of the shot he had to play back there at 10 when he was over the par 5. He's going to have to play kind of like a long flop sort of shot.
I love how the coaches take a look at that lie and they say it's playable. You can see the back of the ball, all the positive things that a good player understands. Yet the amateur would see this, and I'm dead. I'm going to the bunker right there, and then I'll probably leave it there and then see if I can't get it out into the green.
Well, I mean, like Steve said, everything that you wouldn't even try to go over the bunker, because you got all that slope over there to the left that's going to move the ball towards the hole and to the right. So he gets something out. He just hammered that one.
Good spin on it, though.
Yeah, but that's going to be well, if he's going to win this golf tournament, he's going to need to make a putt about that length. But if he can make that one, I tell you what, that's going to show off a lot of skill, because that is a hard putt to get the line and speed correct.
Now B.J. Powell. Tee at 15 for VJ.
And Powell been swinging nicely at it. And that is a beauty right there. 15 and par 5. That should be fine. Look at where our leader is. My, oh my. Steve?
Yeah, this one, he's elected to use the fairway metal here and kind of just putt it. I mean, this is a yard, and a foot left. I mean, this is in the bushes. He's got nothing. But from here, I mean, this is doable. He just gets it on the green. He can get this within 5 feet, I think.
It's so fast, though.
It's pretty good right there.
Yeah, but from the fairway, there's no excuse for ending up there. That is something that he'll learn from. That you just can't make those mistakes if you're trying to win a golf tournament with a short iron in your hand. Now where on the tee?
Braden went after it.
And look at that. That should be fine.
And his team, Chattanooga, with a 15-shot lead currently. This is Rangel now for birdie at the 14th.
He's playing some 2.5, 3 feet of break from right to left. And that's not close to enough.
Yeah, never get it out there far enough, and ultimately protecting about running it. You could run that one easily 10, 12 feet by. We've seen that from the groups in front of these guys. I'll tell you what, you got to have a good imagination and trust in your instincts here to roll one of these in.
This is all imagination, visualization, and a lot of guts too. To get it the speed and the line, you have to hit it.
Can you learn anything from Gustavo? Different lines, I know, but anything you can pick up?
A little. It's going to stay a little bit more right at the start, and then at the end, it's going to snap.
Boy, I mean, I know it didn't go in, but that was a good putt. He was on the high side. He didn't run it way by. It was the correct speed. He gave it a chance. He did everything correctly. His golf swing, though, is, and this is one of the things when you get nervous you don't understand, and he probably doesn't even realize how quick he looks on his golf swing and how much out of rhythm it looks from when he was back at the 10th hole, where he drove it beautiful, where he was playing, with much better rhythm. And ever since then, his speed has gotten quicker and quicker and quicker. And the result has been a couple of bogeys.
Talking about a 21-year-old senior. At what point do you learn how to calm down and regain composure?
That's part of the evolution of becoming a player. You learn so much more from your mistakes and when you mess up than when you don't. And the ones that get better are the ones who apply it and are able to, learn from it and grow as a player.
To stay one clear of the field.
This is a big putt right here.
Just to reset the player leaderboard, individual leaderboard, Steve, real quick. David off with a one-shot lead over Engel and Gibson. Engel just made his bogey, so Gibson at 7 under. This is for David off to stay at 8.
And to avoid 2 bogeys in a row as well. This would not be good for his confidence with 4 to go.
Good putt right there. Well, that's way too much pressure to be putting on your putter when you have a wedge in your hand from the middle of the fairway.
But you got away with it. You got 4 holes left.
Did.
Give about 8 more full swings. Now Whitaker coming down the hill. You saw that second shot here at the par 5. This for eagle.
Should keep moving to the right. Yep, there it is. Just too much respect for the speed.
Whitaker says, golf is not who I am, it's what I do. First collegiate win just a couple weeks ago in Houston, Texas at the Bentwater.
Nice. Good stroke there.
Gustavo from Loyola, Maryland. And in the team competition, they're hanging tough. Loyola, Maryland is. 5 shots out of 3rd place. Toledo again trying to stay inside the top 10. They bounced out of the top 10. They're back currently at 9th place. 1 shot inside the top 10. This is Michael Crowley from Loyola.
Good putt there.
Next will be Whitaker for a Chattanooga birdie.
It shouldn't be much of an issue here. Oh, he had it, pulled it. Now he's got it further coming back than he just had.
Yeah, and I gave him that.
Well, I thought so too. It was not a hard putt. Yeah, I think he just had it breaking more than it. It almost looked like it went a little left, and he thought it was going to go a little right.
He says putting is the strength of his game.
Well, disappointing 3-putt par there.
Not going to hurt the team.
No. He's got 3 or 4 holes left, and he's got a bunch of teammates that are playing great golf.
How about this, Tripp? This side hill just.
This is severe. You can see how you're up on this right-hand side of the fairway, and you want to hit it down the right-hand side, but you want it to kick down into that bottom where it's not near as severe. This is like the 13th hole at Augusta. People don't realize how much slopes in that fairway. This is about what this looks like right here. So you got to make sure that you do not let that club turn over at all, which is what it tends to want to do in this situation, is hit a pull. So you aim to the right a fair bit, or you can try to hit a cut off of this. But the problem with that is sometimes basically what happens there is it's easier to hit a double cross, because if you're trying to hit a cut and you don't hold it off and it turns, you see players do that. That's why I like hitting just pretty much a little bit of a draw right here, but to aim a good bit right. See that flag down in that front middle. No, he seems to like it. No, over to the right. That's fine. Oh, well, that's going to be a pretty hard bunker shot.
He didn't cut off that line, did he?
No, I just think he got in front of that a little bit. I don't think it cut. I think he just kind of pushed it.
Next to play, Dustin Stockdale. That was just Braden Ware.
And you can see down further down the left-hand side, he's not as severe. Ball above his feet. Yeah, that's way to the right. Body got so far in front of that one. That'll be an adventure.
Got 2 options: throw the hands and snap it, or just let it float out there to the right. Lollipop.
He would have rather had gone to the left, because then he'd be pitching back up the green.
Well, he might have that opportunity to hit that shot. Still
yeah, he could. He could.
This hole. Tough position for Dustin Stockdale, Loyola, Maryland. CJ Van Wyck out of Toledo. Says his team is made up of 78% internationals. Again, from George, South Africa. Talked yesterday, the wonderful part of South Africa, the southern part, southeast, fan court over there. He likes doing the small things right. Let's see what he does here.
It's over to the right, not turning, I don't think. Players are all missing on the wrong side of the green.
Everybody's going there.
Now VJ Powell.
Yeah. He's been swinging well. Let's see if he can just the thing is, you've got the terrain to help you, and it looks like he's got some tree trouble in front, so he may want to hit like a punch draw here and then let the terrain help him. That's exactly what he did, and that ball's turning. And again, if he misses over here to the left, that's fine. You'd much rather be over here where that ball is than where those other three are.
Couple under on his round today. Shot 1 over in the second round. Tough opener. Had a bunch of bogeys and a double. Shot 6 over in the first round, but just got better and better each round. Here at the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. Back on the tee at 15. This is Gustavo Rangel.
Coming out of the chute of trees here. Fairway bunkers should not come into play. Maybe the far one on the left will, but it's some 320 yards out there.
It's down the left, but that's fine. I mean, that'll be over there where we just saw Powell play from. That's not going to be bad.
Next to play, Samir Davidoff.
Here you get a little extra run out on this right to left sloped fairway, but the wind is a little off the left, so it might prevent that ball from drawing in there.
Leads by 2 in the individual.
I think he looked like he kind of cut that one back into the hill. Yeah.
Yeah. That was hit hard and right down the right center. That should be perfect.
Yeah, that's going to have that
Very
ball well
confident
above
move
his
there.
feet. Yeah, that was beautiful. I love hitting that little bullet cut there against that slope.
So quick scoring update. We did see Engel make his bogey to drop to 6 under. Davidoff stayed at 8 under par. Xander Gibson from Bowling Green did not see him make his bogey. His 13th hole of the day to drop back to 6 under. So Davidoff in good position. Mads Jensen from Toledo.
That one was high and right.
Safe sign from the
We're getting a
coaches.
safe signal. Yep.
Now after making bogey on the previous hole, Engel. What are you looking for in this one?
I want to see the rhythm. I don't want to see it as fast with the body as what I've been seeing. That was better, but it's still, it's going to go left. Yeah, over there hit some trees. I mean, it's just out of sync. It's out. His rhythm has gotten quicker and quicker. And again, that's something that if it happens, you need to understand it and then go about fixing it next time. And so you get quicker at understanding when these things happen, because it's going to happen to him again when he gets nervous.
So we got 3 more par 4s left. No par 3s.
But here's the thing with Engel. Like a lot of people will say, well, it's the grip. If he had a traditional grip, it doesn't matter how you're holding the club. If he's swinging out of sync like that, it has nothing to do with his grip. It has to do with the speed at which his body's moving out of sync with his club.
Now C.J. Van Wyck, his 3rd shot to this par 5.
Well, going to need a lot of skill here to get this one close. This runs all the way down, away from him. Oh boy. I don't know where he was going with that. I guess he was trying to get it up into that slope and let it come back to the hole, and just didn't get it up there far enough. But that'll tell you what these guys are facing.
That's Braden Ware.
Van Wyck going to go now? Yeah, Van Wyck's.
Now Van Wyck's going to go just in front of them. We see V.J. Powell from George Mason.
So close. Not that bad a shot. That was not far away from being really, really good.
And now where?
Yeah, I would just dump it out. Just get it just out onto the green and then let it run down there. Beautiful. And that's where you want to leave it. When the problem with you try to get too cute is then you've got that downhill putt. What he did is gave it a chance, and now he's putting back up the slope.
Course management. As VJ Powell looks at his putt.
And this will tell you where Stockdale was, way over to the right. He hit it down the hill to here, so this is going to be his fourth shot. Got to get this one up and down for par. The only option he had was to get it over here, and smartly did exactly what I was saying. At least he, didn't try to get too cute with it and got it over here where he has actually a pretty easy pitch.
Up and down, no harm. Par 5.
Oh boy, that's going to come back to him. Not quite to him, but he's going to be chipping or putting from off the green.
Was that the contact? Maybe some of the...
Yeah, it just didn't look like he hit that clean. No, it did come back to him. Oh, now comes the hybrid.
Chose Loyola, Maryland, close to his home. Ellicott City. Had some friends on the team already. Loves the program. Great program.
Made sure to give that one a little extra hit. And, well, that's going to be a 6 after.
Almost made par, though.
Yeah, but after being in the fairway, that's just, things that'll frustrate you. And I guarantee you his coach is frustrated.
Dustin may be coming after our job. He's a communications major there at Loyola, Maryland. 19-year-old sophomore. We got some time left, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
You're not doing anything until we're done here.
Oh, no. Boy, he is.
Taking some time to cool down right now. He may want to do that because the team needs him. Loyola University, Maryland, again, defending champions. Stockdale at 3 under is second best score, and they're fighting for third place.
Yeah, I think Ingles' chances, what he needed was, to get an eagle or birdie here. He still can make birdie, but again, he's not making it easy on himself.
Again, he's playing right alongside the man he's trying to take down at the top of the leaderboard, Samir Davidoff, as we go to VJ Powell for birdie a moment ago from George Mason, 15th green.
Whoa now.
Really whoa.
That's what I was saying. I mean, I don't understand why he was going that high with that chip. And now Van Wyck with the same issue. If you go at this one, it's easy to run it way by.
And his school, Toledo, has moved outside of the top 10.
That looks pretty good right there.
That's a par for CJ.
3 teams under par. Chattanooga, George Mason, team host. Excuse me, the tournament host. And Seton Hall, the winner of the second Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. Weir for Chattanooga for birdie.
Yes.
Braden Ware.
All right.
Helping out the cause.
Good birdie there.
Goes to 4 under on the day. tied for low round on the team with Dalton Chuba. Ethan Whitaker is also 3 under. Cameron Bradich is 3 under. Garrett Engel, again, on the leaderboard for the individual title, and Garrett Engel's score is not counting.
Wow.
At 2 under. And now Powell for his par.
Well, that speaks to how well he played yesterday, really for Engel. Now, after being in the right spot or the correct spot after 2 shots, not being on the green, he came out of there with a 5. That's okay. Now this is for 7.
I'm wondering about that irrational confidence he has in his putter. Keep it. Keep
no,
that
you got to
confidence.
keep it. It doesn't matter whether they go in or not. You got to keep believing they go in.
Nothing rational about it. Samir Davidoff now in the fairway. I'm not going to say complete control at 8 under par of the individual title, but it is a 2-shot margin, and he does have only 4 holes, 3.5 holes remaining.
Looks like he's setting up for a cut off this slope.
Do you like that play?
I like that. It just doesn't fit the lie necessarily, and this one's shortened to the right. This is no good. This is in the sandy area over there. That's going to be a very challenging third.
Yeah, definitely. That was just poor execution. Right game plan, just poor execution.
Oh, that'd be great. Give me putting. Yeah.
Gustavo Rangel.
This over in the sandy area, just to that left side. He's going to have to turn one from right to left around these pines ahead of him.
Get up there.
Okay. Gonna leave a difficult putt, but he's got a putt for eagle.
I love his most important lesson learned by his coach. He said, always be patient. Do not worry about the outcome. It's not just good for the game of golf, but the game of life as well. He won his first event of his junior season. The GOAT was the name of the tournament. Now Braden Ware.
And that's just fine. Finds the short grass.
Back to the par 5. So the guys who laid up are in best position. Mads Jensen first to play, Steve.
Yeah, like that. Just at that man, just right at the finish.
Yeah, it was short of that right fairway bunker and just laid it up right here. A little bit off a down slope here. Again, these fairways, there's nothing flat out here. There's lots of challenges, a little down slope all above his feet. But good opportunity. You can go past the hole and make sure you don't spin it too much, though. Looked like a nice soft arm swing.
That looked really good right there. And, yeah, the result matched.
Folks watching at home, you don't have to just pound every single shot. You can lay up. You can make 4 from the fairway.
Yeah. All right, I think Engel's going to make a run at this championship
I like number. Yeah.
for the individual.
We're right of it. Let's touch right of it.
Now's the time.
He's going to need to get up and down here.
Davidoff left the door wide open for him, and he's walking right through it.
Yeah, he is. There you go. Beautiful. That right there could go a long way to help that young man get a trophy.
So Garrett trails by a couple right now. He's tied with Xander Gibson at 6 under par. The man who's leading is Samir Davidoff in the same group here as Garrett. But right side with his second shot. Garrett laid up. his third shot up on the green. He's got that birdie putt, as we saw. And Samir Davidoff in trouble over on that right-hand side.
Yeah, he's got I mean, Steve will fill us in on the lie, but if he's got any kind of bad lie, I don't know if he can get it on the green.
Yeah, the lie is actually okay, but it's just the nature. He's got to hit a long shot, and he's got to carry a lot of bunker. And he's got a little bit of one of these wire grasses right behind him that's going to affect, I think it's going to affect his downswing a little bit, at least his visual nature of his shot. So this is nervous time right now, I think. I see his father's over here pacing like a nervous cat.
Hey, Steve, can he nip it? Can he get any spin on it at all, or it looks like it's not conducive over
I think so. I think there's
Brendan,
no cushion.
grab my phone.
It is a very clean lie, but he's got to. It's one of these long bunker shots. He's got to carry at least 30 yards and then try to spin it.
Just saw the grass you were mentioning.
Alex.
I mean, this shot is not for the faint of heart right here. You could chunk this easily
everything.
and leave it in the
Redial
bunker.
me, reconnect.
You could blade this and get over the green, and now you're in all sorts of problems. There's a lot of stuff going on right here, and he's going to have to take a deep breath. Again, he hasn't won a college golf tournament now in his junior year, and so this is, you know how badly you want to take a title home, and you're going to have to face a challenge like this sooner or later.
Steve, is it a bunker or is it natural area? It looks like a bunker.
Yeah, it's an extension of the green side bunker here, so, you know,
that's
what I'm saying, like blends in.
That's kind of, it's
rakes, but
I would just call it, just to be safe.
yeah. Put the option in their hands instead of ours.
Yeah, probably, like you said, it probably starts here somewhere.
Yeah, but it just looks.
Yeah.
Looks like they tried to, but.
Yeah, that one's.
I could see it going either way, honestly.
Again, trying to determine if this is a bunker or a natural area. I see rake marks.
You guys call them? Yeah.
Coach is right there. Probably calling for a ruling. And the only difference here...
You could easily see that this would be an extension of the bunker. I mean, Steve, what do you think? Do you think that's an extension of the bunker? It certainly looks like it from our camera angle.
Yeah, I think it is personally, and that's kind of how these natural waste areas go, but it's because you have a rake up by the bunker here, up in this same portion of the bunker, and further up, but you don't back there. I think the only real big thing here, the lie is fine. It's just a matter of, can he ground it? Can he take practice swings to have an understanding of what's underneath this golf ball? How much sand do I have to work with?
Right, and you would love to be able to take a practice swing for what you just described, Steve. That's exactly what you would want to do. And to me, it looks like one big bunker.
I mean, it is manicured and trimmed and edged over on the
and you see rake marks there to his left, so somebody's raked it. But that doesn't mean that it is. I mean,
just being
that
helping out fellow competitors behind.
But there's also rake marks there. You know, if you look ahead of his ball there in the bunker, there's rake marks there. So, well, we'll see. They're waiting on that. The rest of the guys should go on and play.
Can you hear that? Somewhere Dustin Johnson is saying, don't ground your club. Don't ground. It happened to me in a PGA championship. Don't grab your club. We're going to go to Chattanooga's Braden Ware now. Hole 16.
Yeah, after that good tee shot here. 445 yards, one of the longest par fours on the golf course. So walking out of here with a 4 would be nice. He's got the first part correct.
Excuse me. Sir.
He's eyeing it like it's pulled a little. Pulled just a little. That is a nice shot. Dead flag high.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
One bogey on Braden's round today. 4 birdies.
So that is not a bunker. There, now he can do exactly what we said.
what you want to do again.
So that's the
I don't think
benefit.
it makes the shot a whole lot easier, though, guys.
No, it doesn't make it easier, but like you said, it takes the question of what's under there. So now he knows the thump he's going to get.
Coach giving him an aiming point.
Definitely have to keep this one right, though. He's definitely, Greg Pazinski over there is in the right spot. Anything left or short is going to run all the way back off this false front. So you got to try to avoid it, but that means he's got to carry more of the green side bunker to do so.
Yeah, he's got to get good, clean contact here. Make sure that he gets it on the green, even if he's got a downhill putt. As the tournament leader, he's got to, at worst, walk out of here with a 5, and 4 being a bonus.
Leads by 1. His team currently in second place by 3 shots.
There's that false front Steve's talking about.
Over
That's
third, tough.
Hit it just enough heavy, just enough. It barely got over that bunker, but he'll be down on the front of the green. We'll see whether he chooses to putt or chip from down there.
He likely does not know that Xander Gibson from Bowling Green State has made a birdie on his 10th hole of the day, the par 5 10th. Now it's just 1 back. So Samir with, again, 3rd shot at par 5.
Look how far that went back down.
Didn't lose his turn, Steve?
12. No. He's 12 yards at least short of the front edge right here, and out of the dormant Bermuda, which is always a bit unpredictable. And these are the last things that you want when you're trying to come down the stretch and win a golf tournament, is give yourself unnecessary stress. He had 220 yards to the front edge of this green for his 2nd shot. And now he's looking at this one. If he doesn't get up and down, he makes bogey.
Bogey 6.
Yeah, he can't afford to do that, especially after where he hit his tee shot. This is not an easy up and down at all, is it, Steve?
No. He's a little bit on a downslope right there on the back edge of this bunker that's in the front portion, and he's got to get some elevation on this ball. If he hits it, drives it too low into this hill, it's going to hit right into the green, and he's going to have the shot again.
No, he cannot do that. He's got to get it at least on the green. He looks like he's driving it down. Winning golf tournaments is not easy.
And not assured of a bogey.
I think he can 2-putt.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it doesn't want to be one he wants to be aggressive with on that one. But he did the smart thing. The worst thing that could happen is that ball be back at his feet, like Steve said. That's the worst.
I think he still might be away right now, so we'll see if his fellow competitors say, you know what, I'll go ahead and play, or
just for the embarrassment factor, Steve. You don't want to hit 3 shots while everyone else is standing around.
No, but if you're Garrett Engel, you're not minding this. You've got a short birdie putt right now, and you'll let him. You want to see your opponent's cards when you're in a situation like this. You know, you're sitting at the table. You want to see the other player's cards. Know what you have to do.
The cards he's not seeing, Steve, and you probably don't down there either, are those of Xander Gibson, who just birdied the par 5 10th. He has 4 holes remaining in his round. He's currently 7 under. So he would currently, as the interested spectator of Engel, checks on the David off travails. No par 5s remaining for Xander Gibson. Got 2 par 3s, 2 par 4s remaining.
Yeah, big mistake after that tee shot. You had the whole world over there to the left that you could be just fine, and those nerves get you. Let's see if he can escape another one, another misstep on a second shot.
This is when it's hard to not look ahead right here. You got to stay right here in this moment.
Amen. Good putt. Oh my goodness. Boy, oh boy, he better kiss that putter. Those last two,
all world, boys.
those last two there, Steve, and that putter has bailed him out. That was not easy right there.
Gustavo Rangel, after watching that one drop.
There you
Where it's going? There we go.
Well, Garrett knows there's a hole there.
Everybody seems to be finding it.
Wasting no time setting up. I like it. This is straight up the hill, though. Shouldn't be much problem at all for Garrett. Get him back within one of the lead.
It's getting crowded at the top because his teammate, Cameron Bradich, has just birdied his 15th hole of the day.
Nice. Good solid 4 there from Garrett.
3 players at 7, 1 player at 8. A moment ago, Brandon Ware at 16 for birdie.
Well, 4s are never bad at 16. That's fine. I mean, they've got an 18-shot lead right now, so the Mocs have pretty much did exactly what they needed to do today, and Blaine Woodruff's got to be smiling very happily heading into conference championship portion of the season.
Easy to smile with 3 of your players in the top 6 in the tournament.
You got to clearly think they're the favorites for the Southern Conference as well. That being the Mocs.
Currently, an 18-shot lead. George Mason University is the host, and they're just 2 shots clear of 3rd place. So runner-up finish would be nice for George Mason. Seton Hall, the winner of the 2nd Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate, in good shape as well, under par.
Great drive fuels the leaders of tomorrow and today. Great vision paves the way for a brighter future. Great ambition goes places, moving onward and upward. Great empathy finds strength in kindness and in each other, working together to create something bigger than they ever imagined. Great minds can change the world, and great minds start at Seton Hall.
Here at William & Mary, I don't have to make any sacrifices in my education. We are a liberal arts institution and a research university. We have a small, tight-knit campus, but also there's always a new friend to meet. Campus is beautiful, and I call it home, but there are also amazing study abroad opportunities. William & Mary encompasses everything and anything you could be interested in. There is so much room for exploration.
Being ready,
Like, really ready?
it takes work.
It takes work. Discoveries take time.
Rough drafts are rough.
And drills, they drill you.
But no matter the field,
Greyhounds never stop, always going the distance, together.
we're not just ready. We're Loyola ready.
All those nights studying. Busy days applying what you learned. Some might say you're really determined to get an A in that class. But if they knew what you were working on, they'd get it. It's not just about your GPA. It's about finding your purpose, making a difference. At the University of Dayton, we don't just fly, we soar.
Are you getting tired of the glaze? You getting tired of the over compliments that just make everything seem unreal? Well, if you want real, you want no glaze, you want Chi-Chi. As part of this Babygrande golf coverage of the Donald Ross Collegiate, we have a special stream we call the No Glaze Zone, featuring commentary from Domingo, Chi-Chi Grande, Neris, and special guests. Check out the No Glaze Zone on babygrandegolf.com. There's all real, all solid. To 16T, the leader, David Off.
back into the wind, guys, and a hole that's played third most difficult this week. It's going to play even tougher right now. Got a few bunkers down the left. They are hard to cover, and this one looks like it is bunker bound, may even be left of it. That caught the pine needles over there, so we'll see what sort of lie he's going to have and any sort of window to the green from there.
Yeah.
Mads Jensen now from Toledo.
Is this one of the more difficult tee shots on the course, Steve?
It is, because it's elevated. Now you're coming back into the wind. It definitely provides its challenges, and all these players they're missing it on the inside corner of the dog leg to boot.
Yeah, that's if you miss it, you want to miss it over to the right. But this one's in the fairway.
Show us this hole from the aerial perspective, Tripp.
Yeah, this is a dogleg left par 4, the 16th, and it's one of the longest par 4s on the golf course at 445 yards down the hill, as Steve said. And the trouble when you're hitting downhill back into the wind, it's easy to kind of tend to pull it, which is what we've seen from the first two players that in this last group or in the premier group that we're following. There's all that bunker down the left that you got to watch. You're much better off over to the right, especially with today's hole location in the front left portion of the green. So very important, or on the left portion of the green. It's not in the front, it's near the back. But really good hole to put a 4 down. You make a 3, that's a pure bonus, but it all starts at the tee. I think the tee is the most important, one of the most important tee shots on the golf course to get in the fairway. If you don't, you've got your work cut out for you.
Only 3 holes remaining for the leaders. In terms of the individual competition, man playing from the host university, Samir Davidoff, we saw his tee shot. He leads by 1 over Xander Gibson from Bowling Green State. Chattanooga's Garrett Engel is also 7. Cameron Bradich also 7. So the team victory is going to go to Chattanooga clearly, but they may also get the individual, depending upon Engel, Bradich, and how the host player, Samir Davidoff, can hold them off. (1921). This golf course was designed back in the late 1800s. This area was developed. 6,000 acres was purchased. Pinehurst, Southern Pines, neighboring villages, to try and provide for health-conscious patrons of limited means to come on down to the sand hills of North Carolina and be healthy, enjoy healthy pursuits. Golf quickly became one of those pursuits due to the rolling terrain, the beautiful trees, the ease of cultivating these golf courses out of this terrain, and then the sandy nature of the soil underneath these fairways gives a perfect drainage for these golf courses. So playability for much of the year. The Pinehurst area, just a spectacular place to be. Peggy Kirkbell, her family came and purchased Mid-Pines Inn with Julius Burroughs, World Golf Hall of Fame member, who then sold back to the Bell family. Peggy Kirkbell, one of the great instructors in the game, one of the great people in our sport for so long, in the World Golf Hall of Fame. Her family still owns and operates this, even though we did lose Ms. Bell just about a decade ago. Donald Ross, the original 36-hole plan in 21, but they only built 18 holes. The course was designed to fit perfectly into the natural landscape. Ross's signature approach to everything he does over the years, as we talked about. Golf courses will evolve and change, but in 2013, they renovated and restored the original Ross design. You want pure Donald Ross, you come to Mid-Pines.
Not really. We're talking about like
both these competitors,
I'm not going to
not
go
ideal situations.
Hopefully the wind kind of takes it.
This is one of these that's a little bit better than you think. They've got windows to judge through. Samir Davidoff has got a better lie and a better window with which to work with. Engel's going to have to move this ball more from right to left, but still has the opportunity. Both these players can hit the green from there.
Go for it. Yeah.
Tripp, you're a North Carolina boy. You got to be careful when you're pulling those pine straws up, right? He could maybe.
Well, yeah, they can be interwoven, and I've seen players move what they think was one well away from the ball, and it ended up having a cascade effect, if you will, and like a domino effect with others, and it moved the ball. Boy, these guys are trying to win a golf tournament. They're not helping themselves with their golf swings right now.
Looks like Engel a better opening than Davidoff.
No, Davidoff has a better opening.
Does he?
Steve was saying Engel's going to have to turn his a little more.
Correct.
No, I got 9.
And they're both at about 135 yards. So it's, they can take a wedge. You got a little right to left wind, which actually helps what they're trying to do as well. So I think it's very doable for both of them.
This looks like more like a 6-iron or a 7-iron in his hand, like he's going to punch this, Steve. That's what, at least the loft it looks like. It doesn't look like he's got a 9-iron in his hand. And he's choking down on it. I know you may not be over there, but our camera's got a good view of this. He's choking down. It looks like on a 6 or 7-iron, like he's going to punch this one.
I didn't see this shot right here at all. I saw something a little on a higher window. He had a perfect lie, too. It has a perfect lie. Well, we'll see what he can navigate up here. He can run it up to the green. There is some fairway up there through the throat.
Down. That's good.
Yeah, he hit a little punch shot. That was impressive right there. That might have been an 8-iron, Steve, that he 3-quartered.
Yeah, it just trying to fit it through a window. They love it up by the green. That was a big time shot right there.
That really was, man. That might win him this tournament.
Whole location left side behind that green, just over Engel's head. He's going to turn it over. Like you mentioned, Steve. Has he done it?
Yeah, it's not turning. No, it's a little deep and it's not turning.
Yeah. Well, that was actually one of his better swings, believe it or not, that he's made the last 4 or 5 holes.
So, yes, Engel's playing alongside Samir Davidoff. Davidoff leads by 1 at 8 under in the individual, but Engel at 7 is tied with Xander Gibson and Cameron Bradich also at 7. As we check in on Mads Jensen.
Yeah, just behind the hole. So 3 of them found the green in regulation. And tell you what, Davidoff did maybe hit the shot that won him the tournament there, if he can capitalize and make birdie. Well, actually, probably what won him the tournament was the last 2 putts he's hit.
Very valid point. Davidoff again, as I mentioned, a 1-shot lead over 3 players. Team of Chattanooga, University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, 18-shot leaders.
Change is never easy, but striving to become more what you were yesterday, to make that impact, that is George Mason, and that will never change. A university that slays giants, a university made stronger by saying yes, a university old enough to know better but young to care. So expect change, remembering that we're at our strongest when we're all together different.
The time is now. Your chance to take a leap, to do what you've been waiting for, like taking a close and making a bigger difference. Because when you become a rocket, you're able to do smart things, to do art things, to do let's roll up our sleeves things. Whatever your thing is, you have the power to do what it takes. The University Dome, the power to do.
Raise high, revolutionaries. This is our calling. For more than 200 years, in the heart of the nation's capital, the George Washington University has produced leaders on the global stage. GW, we are advancing knowledge, serving society, and making an impact. We shape the future. We make history. So rev up, expand your world, ignite your passion, strive for success. Together, we raise high.
You will be nervous. You'll make mistakes. But in spite of that, you will keep going. Here, among these stones and walkways, you will test, build, and break, fall into the unexpected, and pick up something. Here, filled with energy and passion, you will find your voice, clear the air, and discover the strength to make an impact. Here, at St. Joseph's University, you will.
At the 16th, big shot for Garrett Engel. He trails by 1 in the individual competition. His team has virtually wrapped up the team competition, but he's in trouble here on the 16th. He's tied with 2 other players, teammate Cameron Bradich and Bowling Green's Xander Gibson.
Boy, this is a tough one to get the right line.
He's got a little mud on the ball right here, and he never looked at anything other than the putter, this is not a bad play at all.
Oh boy, it hopped on that coin. Oh, I think that was tracking had it not hit that coin, Steve, from your angle. Does that look like that?
Yeah, I'm actually to the side of the green. I did see it hop a little bit, but I couldn't tell how much it moved it off line.
This is a great replay. I mean, this ball is breaking right on it, going on the hole, and it kicked that a little bit left.
Closer for sure. It was straightening out.
Yeah, he might have missed that left anyway, but I'm telling you, had it not hit that coin, it would have been closer.
And he said, I didn't even see it. He put his hands on his head, did not see the coin.
Don't worry about my line. Just stop on it.
Wow. That was, what a shot that was. Oh my goodness.
Nice save, but Davidoff has a birdie putt.
That was Davidoff's coin that it hit.
Playing defense.
Exactly, a blocker. Boy, if he ever gets to see the replay of this telecast, he's not going to want to see that.
Now Jensen for his birdie.
So you saw how much Ingles was moving to the right. Now he's probably got to start this just inside of Davidoff's coin, and you'll see how much this putt will break.
Back to the left at the end, though, no?
Back to the left a little bit, but it's going to be, watch how much it will go to the right. See how he aimed right at his coin, and then he hit it through that. So it does straighten out. Maybe Ingles wouldn't have gone in, but
Looks like Gustavo Rangel next. While Samir Davidoff eyeballs his birdie attempt for a 2-shot lead.
2-shot lead with 2 pretty straightforward holes to play. Would be huge. Now this is, he's one putted the last 2 greens. If he can make it 3 in a row here, I think at least have one hand on the trophy.
For sure, some breathing room, 2 holes remaining. As you mentioned, pretty much straightforward holes. Anything to this, Steve?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a tricky read, honestly. The side of this green back here, there's part of it actually slopes off towards the edge of it. Almost would go to his right, but of the land says this ball goes left. So, but you're right, he's been pretty confident with his putter, and this is a pretty good moment.
Oh boy, he thought it was going to come back to the left. That was a great putt. He hit that putt great. Not much more you can do than that. Hit it right where you want with the correct speed. So good job for him.
Well, from where he was after that tee shot.
Absolutely.
Love seeing him in the position that he is. Makes 4, moves on to the 17th tee, leading by a shot over 2 players. As Xander Gibson has made a bogey at the 16th, or his 16th hole. As we take a look at number 17 from the Sky Trip.
All right, the 17th hole. You really kind of want to get this working down the right-hand side. A fade is beautiful. If you can hit a fade off this bunker that you see. Only 390 yards, though, so you can hit driver and certainly be aggressive and shorten your second shot. You can also hit 3-wood or hybrid, and it'd be in this area between these 2 bunkers. But you ideally want to try to get it as far down the right as you can. And then we saw this hole location yesterday. It's in the same area of the right portion of this green, and anything that goes a little bit long feeds off way down over the green. This a big no-no, being long and right of this hole location. So hit it in the fairway, job number one, and then keep it left of the hole if you can, coming into the 17th.
Rangel on the tee.
If anything, guys, the wind is off the left, kind of helping the players shape it from left to right here, so it makes this tee shot a little bit more comfortable. That looks really good right there.
Yeah, that ends up perfect.
So Rangel's team, Loyola Maryland, has kind of shifted into reverse. They've dropped into 5th place. South Dakota's moved up as this man's team, Chattanooga, hammers down, baby. 18-shot lead, 15 under today. George Mason, the host, is in 2nd place and the only other team under par.
Yeah, that looked like it was further left than he wanted it. Maybe trying to hit a fade that didn't fade. Let's see where that one ended up. Smart play here, Steve. Not hitting driver.
I like the fairway. I like the fairway metal here a lot. Keeps that fairway bunker out of play that I think Engel ended up in.
Exactly, because if you hit it at that fairway bunker, you've got to move it left to right. This way he can go straight at it and swing aggressively. I like it as well.
Yeah, he's not going to have that long of a shot in anyway. I mean, it should be no more than 8 or 9 iron at the very most. Yeah, that was a beautiful golf swing right there. Kind of put it on the ground and made a little divot through impact.
Yep, and look at that. See, he could go right at that bunker, not have to worry about getting in it. And now, like you said, he's probably got a 9 iron in from there. So that is a good course management play when you're trying to win a golf tournament. That's a big part of it that a lot of people don't pay attention to.
You're watching the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. It's the 5th edition of this tournament, twice won by the Loyola University of Maryland team. 2nd edition was won by Seton Hall. 3rd by South Florida. 1st and last by Loyola University of Maryland. Being played Mid Pines Golf Club in Southern Pines, North Carolina. And the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate is hosted by George Mason University and is powered by Babygrande Golf. We grow the game. Chattanooga with an 18-shot lead. They will be the team victors, but there's a hot competition for the individual as we take a look back at this tee box. Xander Gibson, who just made bogey at number 12. He's on the tee here at 13. Far left player, as you see. Looking back towards the tee. 2 holes remaining. We'll need a couple of birdies, it looks like.
Yeah, you got to think that after weathering the storm that, David created for himself at 14 and 15, I think that putter saved him, and he's probably going to have a couple of pars. Who knows, the way he's playing, he could give himself good looks at birdie and capitalize on one of them, and that would certainly seal it up. But from where this man stands, he's going to have to birdie 13 and 14.
We've seen the 13th already, but just a refresher here, Tripp.
Yep, the 13th, the par 3, and this is that hole where it's over here on the left, and there's if you bail over here to the right, which you would think would be the safe play. We saw Davidoff actually make one of his rare bogeys today when he actually 3-putted this hole, hit it over on the right and left it about 12, 15 feet short, and that's putting back down the hill. You can see the left third of this green all slopes from the middle to the back left of this green. You're better off being past this hole and long, one of the few times on a Donald Ross course that long is not wrong, and would give yourself an uphill birdie putt. Tough to get it there, but if you can, your dividend is a good look at birdie.
Like mostly left to right.
This is David off 17th fairway. I just want to ask you about number 13. You mentioned one of the times when long is not wrong.
Yeah.
Do you like it where there's a specific kind of like a Tillinghast is always canted from back to front? Do you like it where there's one that
sure,
you have
I mean,
to pay attention
you can
to?
have a couple that are crowned that way, but the predominant ones are back towards you.
Check your left, your right. This is like 30s, between 35 and 40. Okay.
Coach Byzinski with the details as Samir's ready to play.
Yeah, he's got 141 yards to the hole, and you got a false front that he's got to carry at about 133. So you just have to watch the spin a little bit, but you can play this a little left of the hole, kind of one hop, and then spin it a little to the right. You just cannot miss this green to the right.
Good looking swing right there.
Another, that's pull, that's long left, guys.
Oh boy. He's not making it easy on himself. That's better than right, though, if you're gonna choose a miss. He just got over that one, and you can tell there might be some adrenaline going on.
Got a putter in hand, though, also.
He does, but that kind of gives Engel a little bit of hope here. I mean, he needs to go aggressive. His team's got this locked up. If he wants to try to win this, he's going to have to walk through this door that Davidoff keeps opening for him.
What's this shot like here, Steve?
Yeah, this lie, I want to say his fellow competitor is going to go first. He's a few yards outside of Engels.
That dead tree? Yeah.
That's right. Mads will be first. Mads Jensen. Second shot. I have to say, if you take a look at the leaderboard, you take a look at where we are, we've had different types of weather, already close to 50 holes here at the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. The team that was the pre-tournament favorite, commanding position, looks like maybe a player from the host team, George Mason, might win the individual, a successful 5th edition. If it continues on like this, as Mads Jensen sends his towards the green. There are some players that do want to prevent Samir Davidoff from taking care of business, and that was a great shot there.
It was from Jensen. That is, I tell you what, that's good, good vision, good visual for Garrett here.
This lie's kind of on that hard pan sand right here. Shouldn't have any issues swing-wise with that native grass. Pretty clean lie. Should be able to spin it as much as he wants.
That looked left.
It's way left.
Yeah, his swing is just
green
not
left, it appears.
Yeah, it's on the green, but he has absolutely just been out of rhythm. Club not in front of him like it was for most of this tournament.
We talked about Xander Gibson, the lefty from Bowling Green at 13. He needs to make at least one birdie. Coming back, probably both.
Yeah, he's got to cut this. That's the benefit. He can cut it, but he looked like he pull hooked that one. I think if it's in that stuff, boy, oh boy, his chances have really odds have gotten long of him.
Cameron Bradich, he's got 3 holes remaining. He is at 7 under. He's got an opportunity. Looks like Xander gave it a good run. But he'll need some magic here at number 13, then something again at 14th. Team leaderboard not changing much. The individual leaderboard impacted by Samir Davidoff. He's leading by a shot again over Garrett Engel, Cameron Bradich, 2 Chattanooga players.
And lengthy putt here from off the green. Steve, is there the last third of this? Does it run away from Davidoff?
It does. I think this is a tough one to judge the pace and therefore tough to judge the line. I mean, it's got a little right to left at first, then it's left to right, and then it worked down the hill kind of in the last third of the putt, I guess. But we saw a few of these back here and yesterday, and we saw a couple players have some success. But right now in this situation, you know, the touch sometimes hard to come by. But he's got the putter in his hand, which is good, and we'll see if he can nudge it down there.
Steve, we're looking at the line of the putt from behind Coach Biesinski and Samir. Is it as far out to the left as that golf ball that we see? Coach was motioning.
It's got a little bit of a double break in it, guys. It's, you know, you got to get it to the top of the hill. It's almost, you know, you got to read this putt in two reads almost. What's it going to do to there, where the coach is, and then what's it going to do that last third of the putt? And it's got to come a little right. If he gets it too far right, it'll kick too far to the right, and he'll miss it. You know, this one's more about the speed than it is the line for me.
Yeah, I think they did signal that it's left early and then back to the right over that hill. So, but to your point, Steve, can't get it too far over there to the right. I think about where the shadow of the flag is probably where he wants to start this ball. From behind here, our view.
Yeah, I think that's about right. I think that, yeah, but it's, you know, you're just trying to get this thing to the clubhouse, and kind of like you said, it's a hard thing to do.
Well, yeah, he's making some loose swings from some pretty good tee shots. There's the left part. Now that may be too far left because I don't think that's coming back like they think. But the speed was actually really good. So the benefit of that is the line was pretty bad, but the speed was good. So he's left with about a 4.5, 5 footer.
Another thing Crenshaw always talked about was he's going to miss the line by a ton.
Now he's a lefty, okay? So that should tell you what he's having to do here. So I think his chances are diminishing. He's going to have to make that to have any chance to win.
Makes bogey be 3 back with 1 hole remaining. Still, Samir has that par putt here at the 17th. This is Garrett Engel.
And another man who has not helped himself at all with his ball striking, particularly from about the 13th hole on.
But he's been really good with this club right here. This is kind of one of those 30-footers that you can think about making. You just kind of get it on the right line, let gravity and the slope just kind of carry it to the right and down.
Well, he can flat putt. There's no question about that. Got a little bit of a pop stroke motion like Brandt Snedeker, and he hits his line there. I mean, that's just a beautiful putt. If he could have just given himself some better chances, you know, I think the putter would have been right there. You never know what's going to happen. I mean, a bogey birdie, that's a 2-shot swing, so that could happen at the last. But
we mentioned how good a putter he is.
He is,
right?
But he's got to hit the ball a little better. Yep. I mean, you got a 9-iron or a wedge in your hand. You can't have 35, 40 footers. Putt there. Oh, wow.
Gustavo Rangel. It's had a good tournament. Gustavo has. Big putt here, though, to stay 1 clear.
First, this is a big putt right here to stay, you know, within a chance. The lefty here at 13, Gibson. Let's see what he can do. Tough putt to read correctly. Oh, he did a good job too. Man, good speed. It's just such a hard putt to read.
Gibson just bogeyed. Whoever.
So just to reset things, Gibson has just made his bogey. So Xander Gibson from Bowling Green drops to 5 under par. Samir Davidoff, this man at 8 under, leads by a shot over Garrett Engel and Cameron Bradich, both teammates. Engel playing alongside of Davidoff in this competition. Cameron Bradich a few holes in front. Currently playing 18. Bradich also has 1 and 2 remaining. What do you see, Steve?
Yeah, this is one of these putts. You got to hit it. Just keep the pace up. It's up the hill. I never liked one that you really had to hit really hard in a nervous situation. That trail hand kind of takes over and you can pull it easily.
Man, oh man, that club right there. He needs to, if you could give your putter a beer.
Right there.
I think that putter's earned a cold beer.
It might be champagne by the time this day's done.
Not sure if the putter's old enough to drink, but.
How an important one after seeing
Yeah.
Samir go in. A little less concern if there ever was about the line. But, Steve, anything?
Yeah, no, this was basically on the same line right here, and just keep the pace up.
Well, I mean, 2 shots is a bogey birdie, so it could happen to give himself that chance, and he does. And he's just got to get the ball striking right.
Well, we've got it there. 2 Mocs chasing a Patriot.
Oh, we saw the wrong hole there. It looked like the hole that it went by was an old cup. So that was not the best putt that he hit. That's a double bogey, and his chances are done. But a nice tournament nonetheless.
As we take a look at the leaderboard, a 20-shot lead. Virtually wrapping it up. You know what we'll call it? UTC, University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, with the win at the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. Loyola University of Maryland, 2-time winner of this event, will finish, well, they've got a dogfight there for 3rd. Maybe can work their way up to 2nd. Unlikely. George Mason looks like will have their best finish of the year in a tournament they're hosting. 20 teams, lots of teams. They will beat 19 of them, George Mason. If they can hang on to that 6-shot position in 2nd place. Let's take a look at the 18th, the home hole, Tripp.
Yeah, the 18th is a demanding tee shot here. This tee kind of pushes you towards these right trees. You really want to try to get it down the left. We saw a number of players yesterday hit it over into these right trees, and that leads to a ton of trouble. But a really narrow tee shot. You got to step up and hit a good tee shot. If you do hit a good tee shot, you're left with a short iron back up to this green. And beautiful setting there with the putting green there behind and the clubhouse. And it is a demanding hole. 405 yards, but it's all on the tee shot. You hit a good tee shot here. This man hits a good tee shot. I love the 3-wood again because he can swing aggressively, and the right trees are not near as in play as they are with a driver, Steve.
The 3-wood wants to turn right to left, and it's exactly what you need on this hole.
Down the hill, downwind. I mean, it'll probably go like the number.
Down the fairway, just trying to
get
pressure on your playing partner there, your opponent in this case with Garrett Engel.
Yeah, he puts this one in the fairway.
I can hit it. It's up to you. If it's downwind, I'll hit it. Yeah, it's left to right.
He is just right here. Okay, he's clubbing down.
Well, that even makes the right trees even less likely in case he pushes it. And even if you go on that line and you push it a little bit, you're still would have a shot in with this club. So he's going to have a longer second shot, but I think it's smart play because it gets it in the fairway. I think bogey could be unlikely from there.
Left. This one's up the left, though. Look out, trees.
Well, that's the worst thing you can do is hit something to lay up and not put it in play.
Yeah, it's fine.
Because now he's further back.
Though.
Yeah, that's close to out of bounds. It looks
Very
like
close.
There's some stakes over there. That swing got really quick.
I'll tell you whose eyes just got pretty large.
Yes, they did. The man in that yellow shirt right there.
First, Mads Jensen will go.
This one up the left center, but should be fine.
No, they hit the trees. I don't know where. Oh, did he get a kick out into the fairway? My goodness.
Wow. Samir saying, really?
All All right.
Couldn't get that kick. Big tee shot for Garrett Engel.
Yeah, it's an iron as well, and this one is hanging on that right side. It's got to hang in there. Okay, that's in the fairway.
All right, well, that's not his best swing. I'm telling you, I hope he has access to this so he can look at his swing and how much quicker it got as the day went on and more nervous he got, because that will pay dividends for him if he can learn to control that, recognize when it happens, and control it. Now, Rangel. That looked like a good golf swing.
And I'm loving the speed with which these guys play. I mean, by the time we got back to the tee, each guy was ready to go.
Yep.
The team competition virtually complete, with the University of Tennessee Chattanooga having a 21-shot lead. But boy, the individual is coming down the stretch. Samir Davidoff, 1-shot lead over 2 players, both from Chattanooga.
Change is never easy, but striving to become more than what you were yesterday, to make that impact, that is George Mason. And that will never change. A university that slays giants. University made stronger by saying yes. A university old enough to know better, but young enough not to care. So expect change, remembering that we're at our strongest when we're all together different.
The time is now. Your chance to take a leap. To do what you've been waiting for. Like taking a closer look and making a bigger difference. Because when you become a rocket, you're able to do smart things, to do art things, to do let's roll up our sleeves things. Whatever your thing is, you have the power to do what it takes. The University of Toledo. The power to do.
Raise high, revolutionaries. This is our calling. For more than 200 years, in the heart of capital, the George Washington University has produced leaders on the global stage. At GW, we are advancing knowledge, serving society, and making an impact. We shape the future. We make history. So rev up, expand your world, your passion, strive for success. Together, we raise high.
You will be nervous. You'll make mistakes. But in spite of that, you will keep going. Here, among these stones and walkways, we'll test, build, and break, fall into the unexpected, and pick up something new. Here, filled with energy and passion, you will find your voice, clear the air, and discover the strength to make an impact. Here, at St. Joseph's University, you will.
Welcome back to the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate here at Mid Pines Golf Club in Southern Pines, South Carolina.
Well, the team aspect is definitely wrapped up. The Mocs have won this championship. Well played. What a great round they put together today. Really, the way they played yesterday in those difficult conditions is what did them a ton of good. Hopefully not mud on this ball. The way Coach is looking at that, there could be some mud on the front of that ball.
Playing up 4.
With all the rain we had yesterday, wouldn't be surprised. There's David off on the left-hand side, almost out of bounds. You can see right behind him there's a white stake. Whew, that is fortunate.
That off the left. Yeah, that off the left. Should be a perfect 8 iron.
Perfect 8 iron, he says, Steve.
170. Yeah.
Yeah, that mud on the ball definitely would provide a little bit of
give it a little bit less.
worry to the line of this one and the carry that you want to carry here. But you got a kind of a center front hole location. It's begging for you to go at it if you can.
Big advantage here hitting first, I think. He can get this on the green and close. Clearly puts pressure on Davidoff.
That had to be mud.
Mud is making it go a little bit left here. Oh, it's caught the bunker.
Yeah, I don't think that was his best swing anyway, but I'm sure the mud played a part in that. Well, that certainly gives takes some pressure off of that man right there, knowing he doesn't have to make par because he's likely not going to make birdie, that being Engel. Set us up here for what Davidoff's looking at, Steve.
Yeah, he could go right through this gap of the trees. He's got a direct vision at the flagstick. If he plays it to the right, I don't know if he can get it on the surface. But he can thread the needle here, and the trees are close enough where I think the line shouldn't be that much of an issue.
I think I could definitely hook it.
But the terrain of the land goes left to right. I mean, this is going to be tough to get on the green. I think if he can get this, 10 yards in front of the green, just short of it, and have a chip, I think that would be a win considering where his opponent is.
Well, he's definitely talking about going right.
If I draw this 20 yards, I'm like in that collection area, just right.
The guy's clean enough to do it. On that high
whatever you
straw,
feel
though,
comfortable. I think a 4-iron chips through is easier.
Coach is saying going straight through is easier.
I don't think it is. I really do. I don't think, look, we practice this all the time on the range. You take 2 alignment sticks and you put them out ahead of you 8-10 feet and you nail it through 99 times out of 100. I think that all this is right here. But it definitely makes the heart rate go up when you're
think the other
seeing
one
the
would
shot
run
you have to
short of the
hit and
green?
you know you need to hit and how difficult it actually is.
Yeah, just like
there's not enough air time.
Carry it 50 yards.
But I play it like just short of that bunker.
I'm just worried if you hit it straight
you'd like to call a timeout here.
Or you
which
hit
he's
this
kind of
tree,
doing right
the
now.
lily
This
in front of
is the opportunity to win your first collegiate tournament right here.
All right, do it. Commit and hit it.
Such a mistake. That was.
I didn't think he was going to go so hard and high at it.
Well, he had sand wedge in his hand or a wedge in his hand, which is hard to hook anyway. And like the coach was saying, and you were saying, Steve, all he had to do was punch a 5-iron and carry it 50 yards and let it roll another 100, and then you're fine. Was a judgment error for sure.
Switches high and left of the hole a little bit. It'll take the slope.
Now Rangel from the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, ball's just a little below the feet here for these players coming up this home hole.
Got a little match going on.
So looking at least if the leaderboard's correct on the individual, there's 2 players in at 7 under. That's Jack Holtz from South Dakota and Camden Bradich from Chattanooga. He shot 5 under today. He ended up posting at 7 under according to this. So a bogey by Davidoff, and there's a 3-way tie, or Garrett Ingles in the bunker could be a 4-way co-medalist.
This is getting
What a
very
mistake.
interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I didn't get a chance. I could not get over to that lie of Davidoff right now, but he's got some tree issues again. Greg Kuzinski kind of pointing up through a little window of the trees again. Just got to be careful. Sometimes this ball doesn't come out the trajectory you want off this pine straw.
Well, he said something interesting to his coach when the coach was telling him, just all you got to do is carry it 50 yards and let it roll. He goes, well, that's not enough air time. It's like that shot didn't need air time. That shot just needed the traditional punch. And I think these young men now spend so much time in the aerial game, they lose some of those judgments of the old school punch shots that run out and stuff. And that's clearly wishing that he would have hit that one now. But let's see if he can get this up and down and win this championship.
That's a tall task, though, from here. Get it back in his stance. Trap a wedge again.
He did it. It's below the hole, but that's going to be another relying on that putter to save him.
That was a tremendous shot, though.
It was,
given
absolutely.
the circumstances. I mean, he's got a straight up the draw putt. He's got a good opportunity to make it.
Yep. Got to give him credit there.
So Samir will have a putt to win the tournament out at the second green. This is Bradich for his par for a 7 under total. 5 under par round today.
Finished. Get him shaking hands.
What a round he played. And remember, he made a par at the 10th from the middle of the fairway, and he'd love to go back and hit that second shot again because that might win him the championship. Now, you know what? He's holed bunker shots before, Steve. It's one he could certainly. It better be on his mind that he's thinking about holding it. The lie looks good.
I mean, it's raked there, though.
Yeah, it's in a freshly raked area.
Should be enough.
You know, there's such slope left to right on this 18th green that it's hard to pull a putt from left of the hole, let alone a shot from off the green. But, you know, stranger things have happened.
Let me get a putter. Yeah. High enough so you have that backstop? Yeah. Have a look. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got this situation where the green is going to run away from him. You just kind of pop it out, let gravity do a lot of its thing.
What an effort.
So well done.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah, that was pretty tasty right there, guys.
Yeah,
really good. Got all his teammates, all the crowd up here on the hillside below the beautiful mid pines and in here, and yeah, that was a gutsy shot. He's shown a lot of guts today.
He really has, and he grounded out. That swing was not in sync from about the 13th on, and has given himself a chance to win this tournament or be co-medalist if it pans out. Davidoff doesn't make that putt. Now this bunker shot, you can see, just splash it, let it trickle. It definitely had his attention, as you said, all that slope left to right. Did exactly what he needed to do. And I think that mud on that ball definitely hurt his chances, but that's rub of the green, as they say, in the game of golf.
A couple nervy putts remaining for the individual title here at the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. As far as the team competition is concerned, pretty much all wrapped up. Top 2 spots. Third place is very much in doubt. A make here could help Loyola University of Maryland, as they're tied with Seton Hall for third at 2 over. The host university, George Mason, 4 under par. They will finish in second place. And University of Tennessee, Chattanooga at 25 under par, 18 under today.
Wow.
Will be your 2025 champions.
Garrett Ingles not even counting.
How about that?
Here he is, could be co-medalist, and he's not even counting today. but he counted yesterday.
Sure did.
Wow, that's going to help Engel. That one running that far by, he's going to have to move his mark, and I'm sure he's going to move it. Or he may not. It may be a little above it, but important putt coming up.
This is Samir
Well, I
Davidoff.
got to say, guys.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that this is the steepest green on this golf course right here, and I think the hardest thing to do is just, again, you got to hit this putt firm enough.
Well, Samir is a 22-year-old junior, George Mason University, the host team of this Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. This putt for the individual title.
It couldn't bail him out one last time. It certainly bailed him out a ton on this back nine, but a judgment choice, I think, on the second shot is going to not allow him to win the individual title alone. It looks like he's going to be a co-medalist. And still good playing, though. Should be proud of a lot of the things he did this week.
Absolutely.
More good to take away than bad.
No playoff. You're a co-medalist. You still
I
have
mean,
a title.
But you still want to win it individual. You feel like, you had it right there in your hands, and, to not go away with it, especially, to give yourself that chance. But, again, that's why you've got to come out of this positive. Same thing with this man.
This to share the co-medalist.
Yeah, didn't play his best today at all, but he would be a co-medalist. This goes in from his play yesterday. Yeah, give yourself a fist pump there, Garrett. Good job.
Didn't have his best stuff. Found the
really
black
hard.
part of the plate. Absolutely. Maybe not his heater today, but was able to throw strikes. As Garrett Engel finishes 7 under for the tournament, tied with Samir Davidoff from George Mason, the host university. Garrett tied with his teammate Camden Bradich at 7 under, and also tied with South Dakota's Jack Holtz.
Nice client. Good client. Thank you.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Hey, pleasure. Thank you. Congrats.
5 editions so far of the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate.
Always a pleasure, Coach. You guys played well.
Again, got
Yes.
Loyola University of Maryland having won 2 of them. Now University of Tennessee, Chattanooga winning its first, commanding fashion, 21 strokes at this point. George Mason
having co-medalists. How about George Mason? Their team having co-medalists, and one of those co-medalists didn't even count on their score today.
You're the host, University of Georgia. If you're George Mason, you finish second, your best finish of the year. You've got the co-medalist also. Good finish for the hosts. 2-time past champions, Loyola University of Maryland. Currently not quite finished up in terms of their final scores being posted, but tied right now for 3rd with Seton Hall University and Tripp, as you mentioned. It's how many teams you beat. This is a big tournament. If you finish 3rd, you're going to beat 16 other teams.
That's exactly right. So, it a lot to take away. And again, you look at the conditions yesterday, a lot that the coaches could learn about their teams. But I mean, to go out and dominate this field by 21 shots, that's just remarkable. Elon University was another one of those teams that had, the potential to win this tournament. Didn't have their best stuff yesterday. Really played well in the first round. Was leading, most of that first round, but the second round got away from those conditions. So Don Hill and his program, I'm sure he's going to be working with his kids on their attitudes a little bit when the conditions get bad. So, again, those are the things that these coaches and these programs take away from a difficult day like yesterday. But all in all, it's part of the recipe that you use for success to prepare yourself for your conference championship and hopefully for postseason play.
But Tripp, 4 players, scores counts for University of Tennessee Chattanooga. They're 5 under, 5 under. 5 under for Bradich, Chuba, and Ware. Garrett Angle, 3 under. It was a spectacular day of scoring. 18 under par for University of Tennessee, Chattanooga. We have the presentation to the individual champion and the team champion coming up right here from Mid-Pines Golf Club in Southern Pines, North Carolina, after this.
Great drive fuels the leaders of tomorrow, and great vision paves the way for a brighter future. Great ambition goes places, moving onward and upward. Great empathy finds strength in kindness and in each other, working together to create something bigger than they ever imagined. Great minds can change the world, and great minds start at Seton Hall.
Here at William & Mary, I don't have to make any sacrifices in my education. We are a liberal arts institution and a research university. We have a small campus, but also there's always a new friend to meet. Campus is beautiful, and I call it home, but there are also amazing study abroad opportunities. William & Mary encompasses everything and anything you could be interested in. There is so much room for exploration.
Being ready,
Like, really ready?
it takes work.
It takes work. Discoveries take time.
Rough drafts?
And drills, they drill you.
But no matter the field,
Greyhounds never stop. Always going the distance. Together.
we're not just ready. We're Loyola ready.
Those nights studying. Busy days applying what you learned. Some might say you're really determined to get an A in that class. But if they knew what you were working on, they'd get it. It's not just about your GPA. It's about finding your purpose and making a difference. At the University of Dayton, we don't just fly, we soar.
Change is never easy, but striving to become more than what you were yesterday, that impact, that is George Mason. And that will never change. A university that slays giants. A university made stronger by saying yes. A university old enough to know better, but young enough not to care. So exchange, remembering that we're at our strongest when we're all together different.
The time is now. Your chance to take a leap, to do what you've been waiting for, like taking a closer look and making a bigger difference. Because when you become a rocket, you're able to do smart things, to do art things, to do let's roll up our sleeves things. Whatever your thing is, you have the power to do what it takes. The University of Toledo. The power.
Raise high, revolutionaries. This is our calling. For more than 200 years, in the heart of the nation's capital, the George Washington University has produced leaders on the global stage. At GW, we are advancing knowledge, serving society, and making an impact. We shape the future. We make history. So rev up, expand your world, ignite your passion, strive for success. Together, we raise high.
You will be nervous. You'll make mistakes. But in spite of that, you will keep going. Here, among these stones and walkways, you will test, build, and break, fall into the unexpected, and pick up something new. Here, filled with inner passion, you will find your voice, clear the air, and discover the strength to make an impact. Here, at St. Joseph's University, you will.
What a 54-hole event over 2 days. Different weather conditions here at Mid-Pines Golf Club in Southern Pines, North Carolina. The 5th edition of the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, the pre-tournament favorite, went out and just lived up to its billing. 25 under par, 18 under today. Meanwhile, the host team, George Mason University, also gritty play today. 4 under par for the team, 4 under total. They finish in second place. Loyola University, Maryland, two-time past champion, finds himself currently tied with Seton Hall University at 2 over par. And you see Elon University there at 10 over as well. Put on quite a show today. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the University of Tennessee. Chattanooga today started off hot. The 8th hole at the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate Invitational. This at the 8th.
Yeah, this is Bradich, Camden Bradich right here. Watch this shot. This was one of a couple of birdies in a row that he would make. Hard to get it below that hole. He poured that one right into the middle, as you'll see here. Just read this putt perfectly. Great speed, and you know what? That was part of a brilliant round of 67 for Camden.
He would finish co-medalist for this tournament as we go to Dalton Chuba at the 10th today.
Yeah, beautiful tee shot. He said ball striking is his greatest skill, and here he is showing off that great ball striking and a difficult putt there for eagle. There were not many threes there, but Chuba poured that one in for an eagle at the 10th.
Now at 11, this is Garrett Engel on the tee.
And this is Chuba here, Dalton Chuba. Watch this one here. Look at that, almost flew it in the hole. They really played the par threes well today. You got to give them credit. Well, they played really all 18 holes well as a team.
18 under par for the team. Also at the 11th.
Look at this putt. Now watch. This takes some putting skill. Look how much that putt broke to the left. Perfect speed. That man can flat out roll it.
How do you feel if you're Brandon Ware? You made 3 there and you were the only guy not to birdie on the 5-man team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Over at 13, University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, getting it done there as well. Brandon Ware. This for birdie. Yes, down at the bottom of the cup.
Just when it's rolling, you just keep it rolling along for the Mocs. And a little hat tip for you. Yeah, of course you deserve that, Braden.
Love it. At the 15th, all of those whose scores counted made 4 here. This one, Brandon Ware at the 15th for 4.
Absolutely.
All had a big win, some big hugs. 18 under par day, a 25 under par finish, and a win by 21 shots. 23 now currently. They finished off as George Mason has moved a couple of shots in the wrong direction. Loyola University, Maryland is sole 3rd position. We will be back in moments for the trophy presentation of the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate has concluded with an impressive performance from the team of the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, and some great individual performances as well. For the trophy presentation, let's go down to Steve Scott.
Thank you, David. Thank you so much. Down here with the George Mason head golf coach, Greg Pazinski, and he's got a couple thank yous here for everybody.
Well, thanks, Steve. I just want to say thank you to everybody that was involved with this event. This is the 5th year we've had this, and we've had a record 20 teams, and it just keeps getting better and better. And we couldn't do it without some people. First of all is the Mid-Pines and Ross Resorts for letting us be on their wonderful property. Again, the course always plays awesome. Again, you saw that again, hopefully on the stream. But again, we want to thank the golf professional staff. Brett and his staff do an awesome job. We want to thank also Craig and his sales staff for everything they do. The superintendent, the course, after all the rain yesterday, did an amazing job getting it playable for today. And last but not least, Larry and Lori for the rules staff that they do. So again, thank you to everybody that made this possible. And now we'll congratulate the winners.
Yes, we do have some great winners and some great play by the University of Tennessee Chattanooga team today. 18 under par today to get it done under these beautiful blue skies. Congratulations, team. Blaine Woodruff, the head coach, and team, come on up here and take your trophies. All right.
Team champion. Congrats. Congrats.
Well, we'll get some more. Yeah, great playing today, guys, and great playing, persevering through all that tough weather. Now, Blaine, how proud are you of this team? Are you of this team that got the job done here today?
Yeah, I mean, really proud. Obviously, today was a really good round by all 5 guys. I mean, I think at one point everybody was 4 or 5 under, so they had it going. But honestly, what I just said over there, what makes me more proud was yesterday, like the last hour and a half. I mean, it got nasty. I mean, it was windy, rainy, got cold, and these guys fought their tail off. I think we played those holes at like even par as a team, and so that makes me more proud, just seeing the fight and the grit that they have, and I think that kind of carried over into how today went.
Yeah, how about 2 individual medalists, though, for your guys, and they're going to get those awards momentarily. How proud are you of having 2 guys at the top of the leaderboard individually?
Yeah, I mean, 2's better than 1. So I'm proud of both these guys, really all 5, but these 2 guys in particular have worked hard and have been through some ups and downs, which this game does to you, and they've gotten to come out on top and hold a trophy because of it.
Well, congratulations to the team. And a couple of you guys, why don't you hang up here for a moment? Our 3 individual medalists, co-medalists today, the tri-medalists.
Was wrong.
At 7 under par, Samir Davidoff from George Mason, Garrett Engel from Chattanooga, and Camden Bradick from Chattanooga as well. They didn't plan on all these awards here for you guys. All right, let's get a word with all 3 of you real quick. Let's start here, Garrett. Talk to me through that last bunker shot you had there. You knew things were on the line. Your playing opponent there that you were playing with was kind of struggling coming down the stretch. What was going through your mind over that bunker shot?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely knew what I had to do. It was kind of an uncomfortable bunker shot on the downslope off some firm sand. And just one of those situations where you know what you have to do, so might as well do it. And I was able to get it done.
And Samir, you have not won a collegiate event until today. Congratulations as a junior. What is that? How proud are you of that?
Obviously, I'm proud, but I'm more proud of my team. You know, we play great golf, and that's all we can ask for.
And Camden, to be part of the individual medalist and the team, what goes through your mind?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great week. I think this year it's my 2nd win on a Donald Ross course in North Carolina, so apparently I really like those. And, you know, the start of the season has been a little bit shaky, so to get this victory is awesome.
Well, definitely. Well, it was a great event. We couldn't go through this without thanking Chuck Wilson from Babygrande as well, putting this whole thing together. Just a tremendous day, tremendous way to cap this Donald Ross Babygrande Intercollegiate off. And congratulations to all you guys. And maybe you'll come back next year and try to keep it going. Best of luck the rest of the season. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Steve. Dynamic result by the team from the University of Tennessee in Chattanooga. The host university having one of the co-medalists, 2 under par for the team, but how about Samir up at the top of the leaderboard? And Tripp, when you take a look at this leaderboard and what's gone on the last 2 days, Coach talked about it from University of Tennessee, the grit that those players showed yesterday, but it was a good 3 rounds over 2 days as well, not just
it was indeed, but what Coach Woodruff said is the point that I guarantee you all the coaches learned the most about their teams was yesterday afternoon late when it got cold and it got windy and rain was pouring down. They learned more about their team in that than anything, but more good things ahead for the teams at the top of this leaderboard, especially as they head into an important part of the season, which is their conference championships and hopefully some postseason play.
And Tripp talked about it, trying to find those qualities of players you want for future, more important maybe stretch of the season, NCAA coming up, things along those lines. And what better place to do it than Southern Pines, North Carolina, the sand hills of North Carolina, where so much of American golf has found itself in the development of all of our enjoyments of the game, whether that might end up being major championships as the players took to these sand hills and tested themselves against this Donald Ross perfection. It's the 5th edition of the Donald Ross Collegiate, the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate, and this will wrap up our coverage of this growing and important event. Wonderful golf from teams, wonderful golf from individuals, and just a beautiful day today to crown a champion.